Chapter 1648. In the end, after parting with Wendy, Noah returned to the guild without any memory of it and returned to his room. Lying on the bed, Noah recalled Wendy's blushing face and could not help but laugh bitterly. Just kidding. Looks like it's not like that, or rather, in Noah's memory, Wendy was not a child who would make such a joke. It's just pure longing. It's not like that either. When a child told an adult that he must marry her as his bride when he grew up, anyone would think that it was just a child's talk. Unfortunately, Wendy was no longer a child of that age. Compared to Noah, Wendy was younger, but not by much. After all, Noah was only about to turn 20, while Wendy was about to turn 15. A 5-year gap was not big, but it was not small either. A girl who was about to turn 15 would not be so innocent as to casually say that she wanted to be someone's bride. From Wendy's shy expression, it could be seen that this girl knew what she meant. In other words, I was confessed to by a child who is almost 5 years younger than me. At this point, Noah's expression was extremely strange, and there was even a hint that he could not bear to look at it. The worst thing is that I said those words. At that time, Noah still remembered that this was how he responded to Wendy's confession. At least wait until you grow up. Thinking of this, Noah could not help but want to cover his face. I feel so ashamed that I want to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah felt an extremely intense gaze on him, causing his body to stiffen. He slowly turned his head and looked at the side of the bed. He saw that at the side of the bed, there were 2 petite girls with silvery white hair that was as soft as the moonlight. One of them stared at Noah without moving her gaze away, while the other had a smile that was not a smile, looking very happy. The one who stared at Noah was the girl with long hair that reached her waist. Moreover, the other party's gaze was somewhat sharp, causing Noah to feel a slight prickling pain on his skin. Under the girl's intense gaze, Noah's face was unnatural. You. Why did you come out? Silence. No one answered Noah's question. It was precisely because of this that Noah felt even more uncomfortable. After a while, Athena showed a carefree smile. Since ancient times, it has always been the privilege of pure young girls to offer their longing and love to heroes. From this point of view, my fated one, you have the potential to become a hero. In one sentence, Noah completely understood. The 2 elf girls clearly saw what had just happened. The corners of Noah's mouth twitched. Under such circumstances, Aster continued to stare fixedly at Noah. His face did not reveal the slightest trace of emotion, but this caused Noah to feel a sense of dread. Noah could only reply cautiously. Aster. Aster ignored Noah and continued to stare silently at Noah, giving Noah a lot of pressure. All right, Sacred Sword Fairy, Athena said in a bored tone. No matter what, that person is still your master. Your attitude is a little too disrespectful. I don't need you to remind me, Divine Sword Fairy, Aster finally spoke, but although his voice was unusually sweet, there was a hint of boldness. I am Master's sword. Everything will go according to Master's wishes. At this point, Aster stared at Noah again. Undoubtedly, I also have the right to become Master's possession. When he said this, Aster's voice began to carry some emotion. Thus, Noah understood. Aster, you're at odds. Obviously, the matter of Wendy wanting to become Noah's bride had caused this jealous elf girl to explode. Undoubtedly, when Mira and Lisanna were together, they did not display such feelings. Why was it different when it came to Wendy? Also, when it came to existences like Lestia and Pest, Aster would also display an unusual competitive mentality. On the other hand, Aster did not care about characters like Luo Hao at all. What kind of logic was this? Could it be that Ace had a habit of only looking at girls who were about the same age as him? Noah was speechless and could only ask. What's the matter with possession? Didn't that dragon girl say that she wanted to become Master's bride? Aster said as if it was a matter of fact. According to my memory, in human customs, that means that a woman wants to become a man's possession. Is that wrong? No, although there are some parts that are not wrong, there are some that are ridiculously wrong, Noah ridiculed. Furthermore, Aster, didn't you become my possession long ago? Aster immediately went silent. After a while, Aster expressionlessly spoke. I forgot. Noah's body lost all strength and he collapsed on the bed, unable to get up again. On the other hand, Aster seemed to have only just recalled this matter and his expression suddenly became cheerful. Right, I'm already Master's possession. Therefore, even if that dragon girl wants to become Master's possession, she can only be beneath me. Noah really wanted to tell Aster that the two of them were not the same. However, when he saw Aster's mysterious eyes surging with excitement, Noah decided to keep his mouth shut and let Aster's imagination run wild. Athena pouted at Noah's reaction. You've really been working hard. Lying on the bed, Noah couldn't help but sigh. Who could he blame for this? Athena had been looking at Noah's direction, her cold and bewitching snake-like eyes flickered. Seems like you've sorted out your emotions. Noah raised an eyebrow at the words that came out of nowhere. Then, he understood what was going on. I see, so this is the reason why you two didn't come out all this time. Ever since they came out from the world between and entered this world, Aster and Athena hadn't transformed into human form for 2 whole months. If Noah didn't take the initiative to talk to them, they wouldn't even talk to Noah. At first, Noah felt that it was a little strange, but now it seemed like it was Aster and Athena's thoughtfulness. Even if it's you, suddenly taking on the responsibility of saving thousands of worlds and knowing your unusual origin, you would feel confused too, right? Athena said nonchalantly. I just felt that you should have some time to sort out your emotions, so I'm observing from the side. I was just hindered by this divine sword elf. Aster looked straight at Noah. I wanted to come out earlier to accompany Master. The rational and emotional words of the two elves warmed Noah's heart, and he couldn't help but smile. I'm sorry for making you two worry. Yes. Aster nodded and said resolutely. I'm Master's sword, so please take care of yourself, Master. No matter what, you're still the Master we serve, Athena said as she gazed out the window at the beautiful night sky. Let's not talk about the divine sword elf. Other than being your contracted elf, I'm also your power. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live either, right? It's the same for me, Aster refuted Athena, then lowered his head and said softly. Only Master can use me. If Master is no longer around, then seeing Aster's expression turning sorrowful, Noah reached out his hand and stroked Aster's head. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Aster nodded, and the sadness on his face faded away. Noah looked at Aster, who was obediently standing in front of him, and then at Athena, who was looking at the night sky outside the window. He silently made up his mind. Even if it was just for the two elves who couldn't bear to lose him, he had to overcome the difficulties and win in the end. Even if his opponent was an extraordinary existence, it would still be the same. Chapter 1649. Crocus. It was the most prosperous city in the Fiori Kingdom. Unlike Magnolia, this city was widely known as the City of Flowers. Because there were all kinds of beautiful and delicate flowers blooming all year round, it could be said to be a beautiful city famous for flowers. Entering the city, the first thing people saw was often the flowers blooming in every corner of every street. On the streets surrounded by all kinds of flowers, the phenomenon of people coming and going was very common. Amidst the sea of people on the streets, some of them even exuded a mysterious aura that was hard to detect. That was magic. In this bustling city of flowers, archmages could be seen everywhere. There were 2 reasons for such a grand occasion. 1. This city called Crocus was the capital of the Fiori Kingdom. In other words, this was the location of the palace of the Fiori Kingdom, and it was also the city where the king and the nobles lived. Of course, as the center of the Fiori Kingdom, there was no reason for Crocus not to be bustling, and this was also part of the reason why archmages gathered here. 2. The annual Great Demonic Battle Tournament that determined the ranking of the various guilds in the Fiori Kingdom was held in this city. This was the real reason why archmages could be seen everywhere on the streets. There was only one day before the Great Demonic Battle Tournament officially began. Tomorrow would be the day when the great demonic battle tournament officially began. Therefore, archmages from various guilds in the kingdom began to gather in this city, including Fairy Tale. Finally, Naz, whose face was ashen, fell directly in the middle of the street. There was no other reason, it was just because he was carsick. Ugh, Gadjaloo, who was carrying a luggage, also fell down, his face as ugly as Naz's. Looking at Naz and Gadjaloo who fell neatly on the street, Lucy was puzzled. It's fine if it's Naz, but why is Gadjaloo also carsick? This was also the question of the others. Therefore, everyone's attention was focused on Julian. As a member of the same guild as Gadjaloo and a member of Fairy Tale, no one knew Gadjaloo better than Julian. Zhu Bian doesn't know either. Noticing that his companions were looking at him, Zhu Bian quickly waved his hand and shook his head. There was no such problem in the past. Really? Elisha frowned slightly. Then what is going on? For the time being, someone has helped Brother Naz and Brother Gadjaloo to cast a spell that can heal their sense of balance, Wendy said weakly. However, there's a limit to the duration of magic. Furthermore, if I keep using it, the duration will become shorter and shorter. There's nothing I can do about it. Could it be a common problem among all Dragon Slayer archmages? Gray mentioned in a seemingly bored manner. Aren't those two dragon-slaying archmages? Speaking of which. Freed looked at Laxus. Laxus seems to get carsick too, right? The group of companions suddenly turned their surprised eyes to Laxus. Freed. Laxus glared at Freed. Don't say anything unnecessary. In other words, Freed's words were just unnecessary and not false. It can't be, right? Gray himself was surprised. Is it really a common problem among all Dragon Slayer archmages? But Wendy doesn't seem to. Mira tilted her head. Isn't Wendy also a Dragon Slayer archmage? What? Do you suspect that Wendy is not a Dragon Slayer archmage? Xia Lulu immediately bared her teeth and defended her. Don't look down on others. Xia Lulu, no one said that. Habai quickly tried to please her. Maybe Wendy secretly helped herself to use magic to heal her sense of balance. No, I didn't do that. Wendy shook her head. Similarly, I don't have any symptoms of motion sickness. All of a sudden, everyone fell into a dilemma again. Looking at the group of companions who were in a dilemma because of Naz and Gadjaloo's problems, Noah couldn't help but feel at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that Naz, Gadjaloo, and even Laxus all had the common problem of motion sickness. This was an unexpected weakness. Is it really a common problem among Dragon Slayer archmages? But Wendy seems to be fine. Thinking of this, Noah glanced in Wendy's direction. Coincidentally, Wendy also secretly looked at Noah and suddenly met Noah's gaze. Suddenly, Wendy's pretty face turned red and she lowered her head shyly. Obviously, what happened last night was also a big challenge for the pure, kind, and timid Wendy. I wonder when Wendy will be able to return to her usual appearance. Otherwise, wouldn't it be difficult for Noah to even talk to Wendy? At this time, Makarov came from the other end of the street with the rest of the members. Okay, the registration is over. Makarov looked around at everyone. Now, we just have to wait for the Great Demon Wars to officially start. Is it over just like that? Noah stepped forward and asked. Nothing else needs to be done. Right, the officials didn't make any announcements, they just told us to pay attention to one thing. Makarov raised a finger. Before 12:00 in the morning, the contestants who need to participate in the Great Demon Wars must stay in the designated hotel. Designated hotel? Elisha also stepped forward. In other words, the residences of the contestants and guild members will be separated? That's right. Makarov took out 2 small pieces of paper and handed them to Noah and Elisha. These are the designated hotels for your A and B teams. Before 12:00 in the morning, you must all stay there, understood? Noah and Elisha both nodded, took the small pieces of paper with the addresses, and returned to the team. Then, you guys are free to arrange the rest of the time. Makarov's expression relaxed, and he said in a casual manner. As long as you reach the designated location before 12:00 in the morning, that's fine. The members of the guild immediately beamed with joy. Among the people present, there were less than 10 who had been to Croca's before. Naturally, it wasn't that they weren't interested in the famous city of flowers. Thus, everyone gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, and dispersed to various corners of the city to have fun. I'll go take a look at the hotel first. Elisha looked at Noah and smiled. Good luck, Noah. You too. Noah returned a smile. Don't get into trouble. Don't worry. Elisha nodded, turned around, and left swiftly. I'll go take a look at the hotel with Lisanna, Mira said to Noah. Noah, go play by yourself. Okay. Noah replied helplessly, making Mira and Lisanna burst into laughter. Then, they left together. In the blink of an eye, everyone left and scattered. Even Naz and Gadjalu, who had collapsed on the street, were dragged away. In the end, only 2 people and 1 cat remained at the scene. One was Noah. The other was Wendy. The remaining cat was naturally Xia Lulu. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Wendy stole a glance at Noah, her pretty face blushing slightly. She lowered her head, and shyly looked at her fingers. Noah scratched his cheek and laughed dryly. Looking at Noah and Wendy, Xia Lulu furrowed her brows and said coldly, What are you doing? Did the 2 of you do something behind my back? This sentence made Noah and Wendy feel guilty. Seeing this, Xia Lulu's eyes became extremely sinister. Feeling that he would be interrogated if this continued, Noah quickly changed the topic and said to Wendy. Wendy, how about we go for a walk too? Wendy nodded repeatedly. The 2 of them immediately gathered together and hurried forward. Wait! Xia Lulu was shocked and chased after them in exasperation. Don't think about leaving me behind. Thus, Noah, Wendy, and Xia Lulu went far away together. No one noticed. On the roof of a building far away from the street, a small black shadow had been looking down, opening its mouth and laughing. Chapter 1650. Hey! What exactly did you guys do behind my back? Hurry up and tell me. That male over there. Don't tell me you really did something to Wendy. Wendy, tell me honestly, what exactly happened between the 2 of you? Did you guys hear what I said? On one of the streets in Kalochas, Xia Lulu, who had a pair of white wings on her back, asked frantically while flying. Noah and Wendy, who were walking in front, couldn't help but cover their ears in annoyance. However, Xia Lulu acted as if she didn't notice anything. She just kept asking questions. Finally, Wendy couldn't take it anymore. Xia Lulu, Wendy said in a pleasant tone. I told you, there's really nothing going on. Do you think you can hide it from me? Xia Lulu didn't buy it at all. If nothing happened, why would the atmosphere between the 2 of you be so weird? I say, just because the atmosphere is weird, does it mean that you guys did something wrong? Noah couldn't help but interrupt. Maybe I saw Wendy accidentally when she was changing her clothes. Wendy cried out in surprise, her pretty face turning red. What did you say? Xia Lulu's eyes widened. Then, she pounced on Noah's face crazily. I'll scratch you to death, you evil male. After saying that, Xia Lulu's pair of hands really stretched out a few sharp claws. Without saying anything, she scratched at Noah's face. Presumably, being scratched by those claws, even if his skin and flesh didn't split open, there would at least be a few ugly red marks on his face. Noah was taken aback. He reflexively reached out his hand and slapped him. Slap! With a crisp sound, Xia Lulu let out a mournful cry as she was sent flying. Seeing that Xia Lulu was about to fly out, Wendy was shocked. She raised her hand and caught Xia Lulu with much difficulty. She hugged Xia Lulu and heaved a sigh of relief. Ugh. Xia Lulu's eyes began to turn, but she was still extremely unwilling to admit defeat. Wendy, did you see that? This violent male is not worthy of your love. No, there's no such thing, Wendy retorted without any hesitation. Big brother Noah is very gentle. He is not violent at all. You only know how to speak up for that male. Xia Lulu glared at Noah. This guy already has 2 fiancés, and he's about to get married, yet he still came to provoke you. Not only is he violent, he's also a playboy. You can't say that about Big Brother Noah, Xia Lulu, Wendy said angrily. Although Big Brother Noah is indeed a bit of a playboy, if he wasn't, wouldn't I have no chance? Ah. The corner of Noah's eyes twitched. He was speechless. Ah. Wendy seemed to have just realized what she had said. She blushed and became flustered. I didn't mean that. I'm just glad that Big Brother Noah is a playboy. No, I'm not glad that Big Brother Noah is a playboy. Even if Big Brother Noah is a playboy, I don't mind at all. No, it's not like that either. Noah only felt that his chest was pierced by a few arrows, causing his heart to ache. He hurriedly stopped Wendy from continuing. All right, you don't have to say any more. I understand what you mean. Is that so? Wendy heaved a huge sigh of relief and patted her chest. That's good. Idiot. Xia Lulu said in exasperation. If you continue like this, you'll be eaten up by that guy sooner or later. No. There's no such thing, Wendy retorted weakly. Just like this, Wendy hugged Xia Lulu, and the two directly entered the stage of quarreling. Noah, who felt that he had been forgotten, could only touch his nose resentfully, but he didn't dare to say anything more. After all, Noah was originally in a disadvantageous position on this topic, and there were 2 brides who were about to be married. No matter how he explained, it would be useless, right? Noah simply lowered his presence and let Wendy and Xia Lulu quarrel. He laughed and shook his head as he followed behind the person and the cat, and continued to walk. It was also at this moment that Noah suddenly felt something. He felt a strong sense of malice. Noah's eyes suddenly froze, and his footsteps became sluggish. He turned his head abruptly and looked to the side. There was a small alley there. Even in the day, the alley was very dark. However, Noah clearly saw a small black shadow darting into the alley and disappearing without a trace. Wendy, who was quarreling with Xia Lulu, felt Noah's abnormality. She turned her head and looked at Noah strangely. Brother Noah. What's wrong? Nothing, Noah stared at the dark alley, not looking at Wendy, and said directly to Wendy. Sorry, Wendy, I'll leave first. If you don't have anything else to do, remember to go back to the hotel directly. Also, don't wander around where there's no one, okay? Wendy, who didn't know what happened, was confused, but she still realized something from Noah's expression, and nodded obediently. I know, Brother Noah, I'll go back to the hotel directly. Good girl. Noah patted Wendy's head. Then, he suddenly started running and rushed into a dark alley at the side. Seeing Noah disappear into the alley, Wendy lowered her head and said to Xia Lulu in her arms. Then, Xia Lulu, let's go back directly. You really listened to that male. Xia Lulu muttered with some dissatisfaction, but didn't object. Although she was unhappy that Wendy kept circling around Noah, but Xia Lulu's intention was for Wendy's good. And just now, Noah obviously noticed something. If Wendy continued to stay here, there was no benefit. So, even if Xia Lulu was unhappy, she wouldn't object. So, Wendy and Xia Lulu walked towards the hotel. On the other side, Noah was moving at an extraordinary speed in the dark alley. Although the ability points were left in Between Worlds to upgrade, allowing Noah's physical ability to return to the state when he didn't have any ability points, Noah had trained in the deep mountains for a few years. During those years, Noah mainly trained in magic, and didn't train his physical ability much. But even so, he was still much stronger than the average person. If the strengthening of the protozoan virus hadn't been absorbed by the authority, I should be even stronger now. Noah stared ahead. But anyway, there's magic to strengthen it, so there's no difference. Just as Noah was about to use magic to strengthen his legs and rush forward to see if he could catch up to something, another presence suddenly approached him. Hum. Before Noah could turn around, the air trembled. Immediately, pieces of human-shaped paper suddenly descended from the air and lined up neatly. Like flowing water, they streaked across the air and rushed in the direction of Noah. In the blink of an eye, the neatly arranged pieces of human-shaped paper flew around Noah, and like chains, they wrapped around Noah and tied him up. Clank. Then, the pieces of human-shaped paper that were tightly attached to Noah's body bloomed with a purple light. They were blooming from the strange characters drawn on the pieces of paper. Noah suddenly felt an invisible binding force pass through the pieces of human-shaped paper and onto his body. At that moment, Noah narrowed his eyes and didn't resist. He raised his head and looked at the shadow in front of him. Come out, you sneaky bastard. The voice spread clearly in the dark alley. Then, a sinister laugh sounded. As expected of the next president of Fairy Tale, you can still be so calm in this situation. No wonder that old guy Makarov took you in as his adopted grandson. Accompanied by such a sinister laugh, a man slowly walked out from the shadow in front of him. A man in his 30s or 40s, with a black crew cut and an extremely thick black beard. Chapter 1651. Noah frowned as he watched the cold man slowly walk out from the dark corner. For some reason, Noah felt like he had seen this man somewhere before. Noah opened his mouth coldly. Who are you? Oh. You don't know me. Didn't Makarov and Laxus mention me to you? The cold man pretended to shrug his shoulders. How cold? No matter what, we can still be considered as a family. Family? Noah's frown deepened as a mocking expression appeared on his face. Sorry, I don't remember having such a shady family member. My family members are all open and aboveboard people. They don't have people like you who do sneaky things. The cold man's expression suddenly froze as he looked at Noah with a gloomy gaze. As expected of the successor of that old man Makarov. Even that superior attitude is exactly the same. It's really unpleasant. If it wasn't for the fact that I still want to know some important things from you, I really want to torture you a little. Cut the crap. Noah questioned. Who are you? Then, let me introduce myself. The cold man spread his hands and smiled sinisterly. My name is Ivan Dole. You should understand now, right? Dole? Noah was stunned at first, then his pupils shrank. Noah finally knew why he felt like he had seen this man somewhere before. When he was young, he was just adopted by Makarov. Before he lived in the guild, Noah had seen this man's photo in Makarov and Laxus's house. It was a family photo. Of course, the people in the photo were a family. There were a total of 3 people in that family. One was Makarov, who had just entered his old age. The other was Laxus when he was young. The last person was also a man. Makarov's biological son. Laxus's biological father. He used to be a member of Fairy Tale, but he did something that harmed the guild. In the end, he was mercilessly kicked out of the guild by Makarov. That man's name was Ivan. Ivan Dorothea. I see. Noah looked at Ivan closely. You are Grandpa's disappointing son. Don't say that, little Noah. Ivan smiled sinisterly. No matter what, I am still your father. Before Ivan could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Noah. Don't say anything else. Noah looked at Ivan with a sharp glint in his eyes and said with a spurious smile. After all, if I really have a father like you, I'm afraid, I won't be able to resist. It could be said that Noah didn't have any good impression of Ivan. It wasn't just because Ivan had done something to endanger the entire fairy tale, but also because of what he had done after being expelled from the guild. After being kicked out of the guild, it was said that Ivan didn't join any other guild, but created his own guild. That guild was called Raven Tail. It was a dark guild. Originally, the dark guilds that were active in the underground were basically under the Baram Alliance. However, Raven Tail was independent of the Baram Alliance, hiding alone in the border and secretly developing. Makarov specifically investigated this guild. As a result, although Raven Tail didn't do anything to kill or set fire, it did do a lot of sneaky things. Just like what Noah said, it was a guild that gathered all kinds of rascals. And Ivan was the leader of these rascals. One could imagine how Noah felt about such a person. If Ivan really shamelessly treated him as his father, then Noah really didn't know what he would do. Perhaps he saw something from Noah's eyes. Ivan couldn't help but take a few steps back. Then he realized that he had a trace of fear towards Noah, and became angry out of humiliation. Let's see how long you can maintain your stubbornness. After saying that, Ivan formed a hand seal. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, on the human-shaped paper that tightly bound Noah and stuck to Noah's body, the mysterious characters that were blooming with purple light actually exploded into balls of electric light, causing electric current to suddenly appear and violently run through Noah's body. Following the violent flow of electric current, Noah actually felt a sharp pain, which surprised him. You think I don't know that you have the power to nullify magic? Ivan said proudly. When you annihilated the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, the information about this power of yours had already reached my ears. Otherwise, why would I come to you knowing that magic would be nullified? Not only that, I also know that magic will only be nullified if it's directed at you. Ivan laughed loudly. So, the paper wrapped around you is just an ordinary piece of paper. The words engraved on the paper are magic, and the electric current is ordinary electric current stored by magic. It's not generated by magic. That's why it can harm you, right? In other words, Ivan didn't use magic against Noah from beginning to end. The paper wrapped around Noah's body was just a normal paper, and the characters engraved on it were magic that strengthened the paper's hardness and toughness. The electric current that directly hit Noah's body was also not generated by magic, but normal electric current stored by magic, and now it was just released. This way, the paper could wrap around Noah, and the electric current could also harm Noah. Feeling the pain coming from all over his body, Noah clenched his fist, ignoring the electric current that was violently running through his body, and his sharp eyes looked straight at Ivan. What's your purpose? Hearing this, Ivan maintained the hand seal in his hand, and looked at Noah with a cold smile. I only have one purpose, and that is Lumen Starlight. Noah's pair of eyes suddenly tightened. Seeing Noah's expression clearly, Ivan was ecstatic. You really do know about the existence of Lumen Starlight. I knew that Makarov would definitely tell you about it. After all, he already announced that you will be the next president. Ivan, with a face full of ecstasy, couldn't help but take a few steps closer to Noah's direction, and raised his voice. Tell me, where is Lumen Starlight? Noah ignored Ivan's excitement, and only stared at Ivan, and said in a deep voice. Why do you know about the existence of that thing? Grandfather couldn't possibly have told you about it, right? Lumen Starlight. That was something that absolutely could not be known by the world. Makarov had always said so. The only people who could know about the existence of Lumen Starlight were the past presidents of Fairy Tale. Therefore, the people who knew about the existence of Lumen Starlight, including Noah, should only be 4 people. The first president, Mavis. The second president, Prekto. The third president, Makarov. And the future 5th president, Noah. Apart from the above 4 people, even Makarov, the 4th president, didn't know about this matter, and Laxas, who was Makarov's grandson, also didn't know about it. That being the case, how did Ivan know about the existence of Lumen Starlight? That kind of thing, it doesn't matter. Ivan said agitatedly. Hurry up and tell me where Lumen Starlight is. Seeing that Ivan's emotions were starting to lose control, Noah narrowed his eyes, and his voice became emotionless. It seems that there is no way to get more information. Ivan suddenly froze. At this time, Noah's whole body shook. Pang! The paper wrapped around Noah's body and the electricity in the explosion all suddenly exploded. Chapter 1652. Bang! Amidst the loud explosion, the paper wrapped around Noah's body and the electric current on Noah's body exploded, creating a strong gust of wind that blew towards the surroundings. Dong! Ivan didn't even have time to react. His entire body was viciously slammed into by the sudden shockwave. With a heavy muffled thud, he flew backwards and slammed heavily into a wall. The double impact from the front and the back directly caused Ivan to spit out all the air in his chest. The vision in front of him was distorted, and he was extremely dizzy. Then, Ivan heard this sentence. "What's wrong? Is this all you're left with after being defeated by your little tricks?" Ivan raised his head with difficulty and looked ahead. There, Noah was pulling off a piece of paper in the shape of a human that was draped over his shoulder. He looked at Ivan with an extremely calm gaze. However, it was that incomparably calm gaze that caused Ivan's entire face to stiffen. It was only then that Ivan realized. On Noah's body, streaks of electric wiring were fading away bit by bit. Indeed, if you don't use magic directly against me, your little tricks can still be of some use against me. Noah patted the dust off his body and glanced at Ivan. But, at best, it can only be of some use. When will you be able to produce magic that can be of use against me? Ivan's expression changed drastically. At this moment, Ivan recalled a very important matter. That was, even if the power of magic immunity was excluded, the man in front of him was still one of the top magic shooters in Fairy Tale, and even stood at the peak. According to the information that Ivan knew, the man in front of him had many achievements. He killed Joseph, who was once one of the top 10 Saint magic shooters and was on the same level as Makarov. He defeated Jalal, who was also one of the top 10 Saint magic shooters and sneaked into the old council in the form of a consciousness. With the power of one person, he annihilated the entire 6 demon generals. Oration cease. Even Laxus had lost to Noah more than once. Elisha and Mira both claimed that they were no match for him. Kildas claimed that he no longer had the confidence to defeat him. Even Hades, who was closest to the abyss of the demonic path and had comprehended the true meaning of darkness, had been killed by Noah. Not only did the man in front of him have the power to nullify magic, he was also a monster. The fact that magic was effective against him was only because they had the qualifications to make him attack. It was not a reason that they could guarantee victory. You don't even understand such a simple thing, and you dare to make a vow in front of me? Noah looked down at Ivan, who was paralyzed on the ground, and mocked. How did Grandpa give birth to such a stupid guy like you? You. Ivan's face twisted. Since you took the initiative to come to me, don't blame me for being rude, Noah said indifferently. Where did you get the information about Lumen Starlight? I will ask you myself. Saying such a sentence, Noah's eyes became a little dangerous. No matter what method I use. Wait. Wait. Ivan hurriedly raised his hand and shouted loudly. I am Makarov's son, Laxus's father, you can't treat me like this. Is that so? Noah looked at Ivan with a somewhat pitiful gaze. If that's the case, let me tie you up in front of Grandpa and Laxus. Let's see how they will treat you after seeing your ugly appearance. Ivan's eyes widened. When he realized that Noah was not joking, he became furious. You want to tie me up in front of Makarov and Laxus? Don't even think about it. After saying this, Ivan raised 2 fingers, put them together and formed a hand seal. His whole body fluctuated with magical power. Bang! Almost at the same time, Noah abruptly stomped on the ground. With a heavy stomp, he dashed in front of Ivan. Wah! Ivan was shocked. But, at this time, it was too late to react. He saw that Noah suddenly turned around and kicked Ivan's chest heavily. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Ivan was violently kicked out. Friction with the air, he flew directly out of the alley and onto the street. He forcefully smashed into a stall, smashing it into pieces. On the busy street, the crowd of pedestrians was shocked. What? What happened? Fight? Is someone fighting? Don't tell me it's those Magic Guide Guild. Where's the law enforcement team? Hurry up and call the law enforcement team. The pedestrians on the street were in a mess, and they all moved away from the broken stalls by a certain distance, leaving an empty space and entering the spectator mode. Then, Noah slowly walked out of the alley and entered everyone's sight. Suddenly, the crowd started to discuss. Which guild sorcerer is that? Look, he has a guild's coat of arms. Which guild's coat of arms is that? Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Seems like a small guild that's not very famous. Ignoring the noise around him, Noah directly went in front of the smashed stall. He reached out and dragged Ivan, who was buried in it. At this time, the commotion around them intensified. A team of soldiers wearing standard armor and holding weapons neatly separated the crowd and barged in. The leader was a man who was more muscular than the rest of the soldiers. The armor on his body was also more exquisite. I'm the leader of the Sakura Knights of the Fiori Kingdom's army stationed in Kuroka's, Alcardios. The leader of the Sakura Knights, who called himself Alcardios, stared at Noah with his sharp eyes. Now is the time when the great demonic combat exhibition is about to begin. I've been appointed as the law enforcement team to be responsible for maintaining order on the streets and not let the Magic Guide Guild's dispute endanger the residents of Kuroka's. So, can you tell me why you're having a dispute? The kingdom's army? Noah turned his head and looked at Alcardios. Ivan, who was tightly grabbed by Noah by the collar, hurriedly shouted in the direction of the kingdom's army as if he had seen a savior. I'm the leader of the Raven Tail. The sorcerer of the fairy tale ambushed me in order to eliminate a strong opponent in the great demonic combat exhibition. That one sentence caused a commotion among the crowd. Is this for real? How dare he do that? That fairy tale, that's always been at the bottom. Is this guild finally starting to resort to unscrupulous means to fight for a place? Not only the surrounding crowd, but even Noah was slightly taken aback by Ivan's words. Soon after, his gaze turned icy cold as he looked at Ivan. So that's how it is. Are you planning to pour dirty water on me and on fairy tale? In that instant, a heart-palpitating aura began to rise from Noah's body. Feeling that heart-palpitating aura, Ivan was scared out of his wits. That was because that heart-palpitating aura was mixed with some murderous intent. In other words, Noah wanted to kill Ivan. Save me. Ivan struggled as he shouted in the direction of the kingdom's army. He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. Instantly, the kingdom's army raised the weapons in their hands and pointed them in the direction of Noah. Let go of the person in your hands. Alcardios took a step forward and spoke loudly to Noah. If you don't accept the warning, I will arrest you for obstructing public order. Arrest me? Noah looked at Alcardios and smiled suddenly, but there was no smile in his eyes. You can come and try. As soon as he finished speaking. A surge of magic rose from Noah's body without any warning, turning into a hurricane and blowing in all directions. Chapter 1653. Amidst the vibrations in the air, a surge of magic power erupted from Noah's body, turning into a raging gale that swept across the surroundings. The crowd could only feel an extremely terrifying pressure rising from Noah's body. Then, one by one, they revealed a horrified expression. The crowd of onlookers stood rooted to the ground with a stiff expression. The soldiers of the royal army gripped their weapons tightly, their hands trembling slightly. Alcardios's pupils contracted bit by bit. As for Ivan, his face was already covered in cold sweat. Under such circumstances, the magic power rising from Noah's body became more and more violent, causing an invisible energy current to sweep across the air. It was as if it had turned into a tangible pressure, violently suppressing the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, no one could open their mouths to speak. It was not that they did not want to speak, but it was as if their entire bodies were tightly bound, and they could not even open their mouths. Thus, on the entire street, a deathly stillness filled the air, making the atmosphere extremely strange. No one knew how long this scene lasted. At a certain moment, the massive magic power that swept across the air like a hurricane suddenly shrank back, retracting bit by bit into Noah's body until it completely disappeared. Then, Noah, who was holding tightly onto Ivan's collar, spoke calmly. "It's just a joke, don't take it seriously." After saying that, Noah released Ivan, causing Ivan to stumble and fall to the ground. He stared blankly at Noah, unable to react in time, and did not move for a long time. On the other hand, the surrounding crowd seemed to have relaxed as they heaved a huge sigh of relief and panted softly. It was only then that the crowd realized. It turned out that just now, everyone present had subconsciously held their breaths. "Captain Alcardios, right?" Noah acted as if nothing had happened, and asked as if he was talking to himself. Just now, this little person said that Fairy Tale wanted to exclude Raven Tail, who was a strong opponent in the Great Devil Battle exhibition. That is to say, Raven Tail also participated in the Great Devil Battle exhibition, right? "I'm not sure, the registration is not over yet." Alcardios was silent for a moment, and then replied in a deep voice. "So, the list of participants should not have been submitted to the organizers yet." "That's not important." Noah looked at Alcardios. "What's important is that Raven Tail is undoubtedly a dark guild, but can participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition." "What's going on?" Noah's words caused the crowd of onlookers around them. "Dark guild? Is that Raven Tail a dark guild? Seems like I've heard of it." "It can't. Dark guilds can participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition." Under the discussion of the crowd, Alcardios coughed and replied. "Indeed, Raven Tail used to be a dark guild, but recently it was recognized by the council and became a regular guild. Therefore, there is no problem for them to participate in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition." The crowd of onlookers suddenly understood. However, Noah sneered. "But when Raven Tail was still a dark guild, they once caused damage to Fairy Tale. Don't we have the right to take it back from this dark guild?" Hearing that, the crowd of onlookers was even more relieved. "So it's like that. In other words, Fairy Tale is only fighting against a dark guild that has a grudge with them? That's to be expected, right? But hasn't Raven Tail already become a regular guild? We don't know about this kind of thing, and Fairy Tale also doesn't know about it. So, even if they take action, it wouldn't be strange, right?" The crowd's discussion started to go in a direction that was beneficial to Fairy Tale. That was natural. After all, even if Fairy Tale was at the bottom of the list, it was still a proper guild. Even if it had many problems, it had never done anything that would harm the public. On the other hand, even though Raven Tail kept a low profile, it was still a dark guild. Therefore, it was already clear which side the crowd would stand on. Undoubtedly, it was a matter of no avail. Ivan cursed in his heart, and then shouted at the people around him. "Oh no! Everyone! Everyone, don't listen to this guy. We have never done anything to Fairy Tale." "Is that so?" Noah glanced at Ivan. "Those in the know that you, Ivan Doria, were once a member of Fairy Tale, but because you did something that harmed our guild, you were expelled from the guild by our guild leader. Do you want to deny this matter?" Ivan was speechless. Seeing Ivan like this, the surrounding crowd started to discuss in low voices. "Seems like it's true. In the end, he is still a member of a dark guild. Sure enough, his actions are not clean." All of a sudden, Ivan became the target of public criticism. He was being pointed at by the surrounding residents of Crocus, and his expression was as ugly as it could get. "Guild leader Alcardios, I don't think I need to explain the reason why we had a conflict, right?" Noah shrugged. "What, Fairy Tale wants to eliminate a strong opponent in the Great Demon Combat Arts exhibition competition? It's just this villain who is spreading rumors and causing trouble." You are lying." Ivan's face turned red. "Everyone, don't be fooled by him. I am the victim. He really wanted to kill me just now. You are right, I really want to kill you. Noah's mouth slowly curved into a cold arc. I have no mercy for you who has designs on our guild. If there is a chance, I will definitely kill you. The resolute words made Ivan's body tremble, and finally, he shrank back. At this moment, there was only one emotion in Ivan's heart. And that was regret. He regretted that when he knew that Noah was the next guild leader of Fairy Tale, he couldn't help but immediately find trouble with him. However, how could this be blamed on Ivan? The allure of lumen, starlight, was simply too great for the average person. Possessing the lumen starlight was equivalent to possessing everything. Using magic that would never be exhausted, whether it was providing magic as a source of energy, selling it, creating great wealth, or developing magic weapons that required a large amount of magic, invading and occupying the continent's territory, and creating great power, it was all within reach. Ivan was not a saint, but a guy whose desire was higher than ordinary people. Knowing that there was such a thing in Fairy Tale, how could he not have designs on it? It could only be said that greed clouded Ivan's mind, so Ivan didn't notice how difficult it was to deal with Noah. Now, the situation has become very unfavorable for Ivan. Understanding this, Ivan gritted his teeth, turned around, directly pushed through the crowd, and left dejectedly. Ivan didn't notice this. Behind him, Noah was staring at his back, his eyes flashing. And Noah also didn't notice this. Behind him, Alcadios was also staring at his back, and there was a thoughtful look in his eyes. In the surrounding crowd, there was another person watching this scene. Looking at Noah standing in the middle of the crowd, a girl holding a katana tightened her grip on the weapon in her hand and whispered softly. "Is he Noah Dole?" asked Joshua. Chapter 1654. What? In the designated hotel of Fairy Tale B, Makarov stood up from his seat and roared in anger. Ivan, that guy, actually did such a thing. Not only Makarov, but even Laxas, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, had a gloomy look on his face as he smacked his lips. That bastard of a dad, looking at Makarov and Laxas, one with a furious face and the other with a gloomy face, Noah just crossed his arms and didn't say anything. After all, Ivan was Makarov's son and Laxas's father. Regarding Ivan's actions, these two people were the most affected. The rest of the people didn't have the right to interrupt. Including Noah. Because of this, among the people present, other than Noah, Mira and Julian also didn't say anything. Only Gadjulu didn't know how to read the atmosphere at all and directly asked Noah. But why would the guild leader of Raven Tail look for trouble with you? Don't tell me it's just to find fault with Fairy Tale. Hearing this, everyone present cast their eyes on Noah. It was no wonder that everyone had this question. After returning to the hotel, although Noah told them that Ivan was looking for trouble with him, he didn't tell them the reason why Ivan was looking for trouble with him. Because, it already involved the matter of Lumen Starlight, so it couldn't be said casually. Therefore, Noah just looked at Makarov and sighed. Ivan is because of the thing in the basement. With one sentence, Makarov's face completely changed. The thing in the basement? The rest of the people were confused and could only look at each other. That guy. Makarov's face was uncertain. How did he know about the existence of that thing? I don't know. Noah shook his head. I can only think of one possibility, that is, someone else told him. That can't be. Makarov subconsciously wanted to refute, but then he thought of something. His face sank and he clenched his fist. Precto. Noah nodded and let Makarov close his eyes. That's right. How did Ivan know about the existence of Lumen Starlight? It could only be Precto, that is, Hades, told him. The only people who knew about the existence of Lumen Starlight were Noah, Mavis, Hades, and Makarov. Since that was the case, among the four people, who was the most likely to reveal information about Lumen Starlight, there was no need to guess. No matter what, Hades had already fallen into darkness, and was the same as Ivan, the leader of a dark guild. Therefore, it was not impossible for Ivan to obtain information about Lumen Starlight from Hades. Also, according to what I know, Ivan's Raven Tail has already become a formal guild and is also participating in the Great Demon Battle exhibition this year. Noah said to Makarov. If he really has designs on that thing, then I feel that we need to be on guard against what Raven Tail will do during the Great Demon Battle exhibition. I understand. Makarov took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I will warn Alusha's side and tell them to be careful not to fall into Raventail's trap. Then, how should we deal with Ivan? Noah went straight to the point. Since he knows about the existence of that thing, if we don't think of a way to deal with him, I think he will definitely continue to pester us. It doesn't matter if he pesters us. Makarov lowered his voice was filled with anger. But, if he plans to pester our family, then I definitely can't sit back and do nothing. Noah naturally agreed. If Ivan only looked for trouble with Noah, then Noah could easily get rid of him. But if Ivan had designs on the entire fairy tale, then Noah would definitely not leave him alone. So, grandfather, I only want to ask a question. Noah looked straight at Makarov. If it is really necessary, can I make a move? Makarov immediately went silent. But, in the next second, Makarov spoke without any hesitation. If that Ivan guy really causes harm to the rest of our guild members, then you don't have to spare him on my account. His words without hesitation made everyone fall into silence. Noah just turned his gaze and looked at Laxus. Don't look at me like that. Laxus crossed his arms, his expression didn't even change. You are the guild leader. Since that bastard dad is targeting our guild, how to deal with him is up to you. Noah first looked at Makarov, then looked at Laxus. After seeing that there was no change in their expressions, he nodded. I understand. If necessary, I will personally deal with Ivan. Makarov and Laxus didn't say anything else. Seeing this, although Mira, Julian, and Gadjalu were still somewhat confused, at least they knew that this matter had been discussed. The only thing they didn't understand was one thing. That. Julian said with some unease. The thing in the basement, what is it? I'm sorry. Makarov didn't even open his eyes as he said so. This is the guild's highest secret. Only the guild leader knows. I hope you won't ask any more. Everyone looked at each other and could only nod their heads. Then, I'll go to Alusha's place. Makarov stood up and looked at the time. It's not long before 12 o'clock. Don't leave the hotel, understand? Understood. Everyone responded. Makarov's expression became slightly better. He turned around and walked out of the hotel. Only Noah, Mira, Julian, Laxus, and Gadjalu were left. The five of them fell into silence. After a while, Mira took a step forward and spoke with a sweet smile that was extremely healing. All right, everyone, let's not think about other things. Now, let's think about how to win in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition. Yes. Yes. Julian hurriedly agreed. Besides Raven Tail, we still have a lot of enemies. Enemies? Gadjalu grinned. I love enemies the most. It's useless to think so much now. Laxus glanced at Noah. It's more practical to think about the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition first. I know what you want to say. Noah couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't lose my composure. Just like what Julian said, we already have a lot of enemies. The Raven Tail is just a rat hiding in the dark. Before it comes out, we'll just wait and see what happens. Just as Noah's voice fell, a strange phenomenon occurred. Ding dong ding dong ding dong ding dong. A bell-like sound suddenly reverberated in the entire space, turning into an echo that resounded through the entire sky of Crocus. What's wrong? Mira asked in surprise. What's going on? Everyone, look. Julian pointed at the clock in the room. It's already 12 o'clock. Only then did everyone realize that it was already 12 o'clock. Laxus stood up. So there's a reason why we have to stay in the hotel until 12 o'clock. Hey! Gadgelu shouted at everyone. There seems to be something outside. Noah's gaze immediately looked out of the window. In the next second, everyone saw it. In the sky above Kalokas, an extremely large projection abruptly appeared. Yo, hee hee. Greetings, sorcerers from all over the Fiori Kingdom. Before they could see the full appearance of the huge projection, a humorous voice sounded in the entire space. Now, let the preliminaries of the Great Demonic Combat Arts Competition begin. Chapter 1655. Qualifiers. The loud voice from the sky stunned Noah, Mira, Julian, Laxus, and Gadgelu. Qualifiers? There were qualifiers for the Great Demon Fights? Why hadn't they heard of it before? It wasn't just Noah's group. At this moment, all the contestants in the various hotels in Kaloches had the same question. This was because in the previous Great Demon Fights, there had been no qualifiers. It had always been an official competition. Teams from various guilds from all over the Fiori Kingdom would compete directly in the venue of the Great Demon Fights. Teams would be eliminated according to the outcome of the competition. The guild that remained would be the #1 guild in the Fiori Kingdom. The previous Great Demon Fights had always been like this. There was no such thing as a qualifier. This naturally caused the contestants from the various guilds to be puzzled. Amidst such doubts, Noah went to the balcony and raised his head to look at the sky. There was a huge three-dimensional image there. It was the image of a short person wearing a gorgeous clown costume with a huge pumpkin head on his head. This person was probably the referee of the Great Demon Fights. Under Noah's gaze, the pumpkin image used a humorous tone and exaggerated actions to explain to everyone in Kaloches. I know everyone must have a lot of doubts, but this can't be helped. There are too many teams participating in the Great Demon Fights this year. There are a total of 113 teams. If so many teams were to be squeezed together and compete, it would be difficult to arrange. Therefore, the conference has decided to hold a qualifier this year to eliminate the excess teams. In the end, only 8 teams will be left for the competition. 8 teams? Laxus's lips curled up slightly. In other words, teams that can't even pass the qualifiers can't even participate in the official competition, let alone obtain a ranking. It seems like it will be very intense, Julian said uneasily. I really hope we won't have to face so many guilds at once in the qualifiers. Hee hee. Gadgelu raised his fingers and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. Isn't it quite interesting? But wouldn't 113 teams be too many? Mira tilted her head and asked doubtfully. Are there so many guilds in the Fiori Kingdom? Probably because many guilds are like us and have noticed that the rules don't prohibit multiple teams from participating. Noah narrowed his eyes. So, many of the 113 teams are probably from the same guild. Everyone was enlightened. At this moment, the huge pumpkin image in the sky began to move again. Then, let's introduce the contents of the preliminaries to everyone. The pumpkin projection giggled. The rules are actually very simple. All the contestants will have to participate in the competition race. After saying that, the pumpkin projection pointed in a certain direction. The great demons SSSTSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS If it's just a normal competition speed, it would be too simple and boring. So, we've prepared a super great stage for everyone. As soon as the pumpkin projection finished speaking, the ground of the entire city of Coloches began to tremble slightly. Noah and the others who were in the hotel immediately started to sway. This was because the entire hotel was shaking as if it had encountered an earthquake. It was shaking non-stop. Then, the entire hotel suddenly rose from the ground. It wasn't because the hotel was flying, but because the ground beneath the hotel suddenly rose up and was lifted into the air by the mechanical stone pillars. It wasn't just the hotel that Noah and the others were in. There were quite a few hotels in Coloches. There were more than 100 hotels that were lifted into the air by the mechanical stone pillars. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 hotels rose to a height of more than 100 meters and became very conspicuous. When the hotels stopped, the tremors began to stop. Noah, who was carrying Mira, finally had the strength to look at the sky. Then, his eyes suddenly focused. What? What is that? Mira, Julian, Laxas, and Gadjalu were all stunned. In the air, behind the gigantic pumpkin image, a gigantic sphere with a diameter of more than 1,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. The sphere was made up of mechanical steel devices and intersecting corridors that were completely irregular. At first glance, it looked like a city in the shape of a sphere. At the same time, from the gigantic steel sphere, a flight of stairs that was suspended in the air began to extend, all the way to the front of the hotels that had risen into the air. That scene could be said to be extremely dreamy. Without the power of magic, who knew how long it would take for human technology to reach such a level? However, it was precisely because of magic that everything became extremely simple. Everyone, do you see that? That is the stage for the preliminaries that we have prepared for everyone. The gigantic pumpkin image cheerfully explained. The teams of the various guilds must pass through there to find the path to the giant egg, Flapbird, and head to the competition venue. Through this method, the first 8 teams to arrive will be determined to participate in the official competition of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition. Just like what everyone can see, that is a maze in the air. There is completely no pattern to follow. The pumpkin image explained very passionately. During the competition, each contestant can use magic as they wish, and can also use any method as they wish. Even killing your opponent is not a problem. Of course, the prerequisite is that you bear the responsibility yourselves. We, the assembly, do not bear any responsibility. We only have 2 requirements for everyone. The pumpkin image extended 2 fingers. First, each team must have 5 people. If one person is missing, even if you reach the finish line, you will be eliminated. Second, you cannot fall out of the maze in the air. Once you fall out of the maze in the air, you will also be eliminated. As long as you comply with the above 2 requirements, please do as you wish. The pumpkin image spread out its hands and declared loudly. Then, I announce that the preliminaries of the Great Demon Battle Exhibition competition has officially begun. After saying that, the pumpkin projection slowly dissipated into the air and completely disappeared. All of Kolochas fell silent. Oh, 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 oh. In the next second, loud cheers rang out from the city. Those were the cheers of the citizens who were looking forward to the Great Demon Battle demonstration, as well as the shouts of the various large guilds as they rushed up the floating staircase. However, Noah's group didn't move at all. They just looked at each other. As a result, other than Gadjalu, the other 4 all smiled. Looks like this qualifier is in our favor. Noah looked at his other 4 companions. Apart from Gadjalu, all of you should be able to fly, right? Myra's Satan's soul had wings. If Julian turned into water, he would be able to get rid of his human body and fly to a certain extent. Raxus was even able to transform into lightning and fly at lightning-like speeds. Only Gadjalu couldn't fly at all. Gadjalu. Noah took off the wing-shaped necklace around his neck and tossed it to Gadjalu. This is for you. What about you? Gadjalu took the necklace and looked at Noah. Can you fly by yourself? Noah suddenly smiled. The energy in his body began to be released bit by bit. The invisible energy turned into an equally invisible force that allowed Noah's body to float bit by bit. This was a technique that Noah had unintentionally learned in the past 2 months of cultivation. By constantly releasing energy to counteract gravity and pressure, and then turning the energy into thrust, Noah could achieve autonomous flight. All right. Noah looked at the maze in the air. Let's go. Everyone nodded without any objections. Chapter 1656. Giant Egg Flave. It was the most famous arena in the entire Fiori Kingdom. It was located at the border of Crocus, on top of a tall mountain. If one were to look down from above, it would be an ancient Roman arena located on top of a tall mountain. The arena was surrounded by circular and ladder-shaped spectator seats. In the middle of the arena was a vast open space. A few magnificent statues stood around the arena, looking very solemn and ancient. Such an arena was the venue for the annual Great Magic Showdown that would determine the ranking of all the major Magus guilds in the Kingdom of Fiori. There was no better arena than this in the entire Fiori Kingdom. In addition to the annual Great Magic Battle, it was said that not only the major guilds and famous magic shooters, but even the king and members of the parliament would watch this ceremony. In terms of format, it was extremely huge. If one were to appear here, then even the least famous person would be known by the world. Of course, whether it was good or bad fame, it would be spread out. However, it had to be said that as the venue for the annual Great Magic Battle in the entire Fiori Kingdom, there was no better place than here. In such a venue, at a certain moment, a magic circle suddenly rotated in the middle of the open space and bloomed with light. In the light, a door slowly appeared and was pushed open by a hand. Soon after, a few people walked out of the door. They were Noah, Mira, Julian, Laxus, and Gadgelu. "Is this the giant egg-flave bird?" Mira murmured. "The venue for the Great Demon Battle exhibition is here. Why is there no one here?" Gadgelu looked around and saw that there was no one in the arena and grinned. "Does this mean that we've gotten first place in the qualifiers?" "Well, that's not impossible." Laxus looked around and said matter-of-factly. "After all, it only took us 5 minutes from departure to arrival." 5 minutes. This was the time it took for Fairy Tale B to pass the preliminaries. This speed was simply indescribably fast. However, who told the members of Fairy Tale B to use the flying method to move around? In the intricate maze in the air, Noah and his group did not waste their energy walking through the corridors. Instead, they directly identified the direction and flew towards the venue. Along the way, the maze in the sky changed shape a few times, completely changing the path inside and even the directions of up, down, left, and right. It even threw the contestants inside into the air and directly eliminated them. However, it didn't affect Noah and the others who were flying in the right direction. Hence, Noah and his group flew to the end of the maze and found a door. After pushing open the door, they arrived at their destination. The entire process only took 5 minutes. Could it be that he still couldn't get first place in the preliminaries? In fact, no one was too confident in their thoughts. Congratulations to everyone from Fairy Tale for passing the preliminaries. Accompanied by such a humorous voice, a short judge with a pumpkin on his head appeared in front of everyone with wonderful dance steps. According to the contestant list, you all seem to be from the Fairy Tale B team, right? Congratulations on getting first place in the preliminaries. Hearing the pumpkin's words, the 5 of them, including Noah, smiled slightly. And at that moment, the magical array rotating on the ground once again bloomed with light, and a door appeared once again. Noah and his group immediately turned their heads and looked in the direction of the door. From the door, 4 men and 1 woman slowly walked out. The 4 men and 1 woman who walked out of the door directly met the eyes of Noah and his group. Immediately after, they were stunned on the spot. "You." The leader of the group, a man with short blonde hair, had a serious expression on his face. "You are Fairy Tale." Noah and his group also looked at the other party and saw a guild emblem on his body. "That's..." Julian covered his mouth slightly and softly exclaimed. "That's the coat of arms of the saber-tooth." With one sentence, the entire atmosphere of the scene suddenly became heavy. Hey, Alyaga said with an extremely unfriendly expression. "Why would a trashy guild at the bottom appear in a place like this?" "Because they passed the preliminaries, everyone." Pumpkin didn't seem to notice the heavy atmosphere of the scene and giggled. "Also, congratulations to the members of Saber-Tooth for passing the preliminaries. You're in 2nd place." "Wah." "What?" Sting said in surprise. "We are 2nd place." "2nd place?" Roger couldn't help but frown. "We are actually 2nd place." What a strange experience. We're only in second place. Lucius pressed down on the hat on his head. At least, in my memory, such a thing has never happened before. Tisk. Olga's expression became a little ugly. In other words, we lost to a trashy guild that has been at the bottom for thousands of years? Suddenly, the atmosphere in the air became dangerous. In an instant, the 4 magic shooters from Saber-Tooth all released extremely obvious hostility towards Noah and his group. Facing this hostility, not to mention Noah, Mira, and Julian, Laxus's eyes became fierce. Gadgelu took a step forward with a vicious look on his face. What? Do you want to fight? Looking at Gadgelu who came forward, Roger's eyes were cold. Gadgelu immediately met Roger's gaze and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Looks like you want to fight. Roger clenched his fists slightly and was about to step forward, but he was stopped by Sting. Roger, I know you want to fight with Gadgelu, just like I want to fight with Nazgul. Sting placed his hand on Logue's shoulder as he stared at Noah and the others. Suddenly, he smiled. So, I won't allow this kind of thing to happen before me. Roger glanced at Sting, then looked deeply at Gadgelu, and then silently retreated. Hey! Gadgelu seemed to want to say something, but he was stopped by Noah. Okay, Gadgelu, Noah said directly. If you want to fight, wait until the official competition starts. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't worry about this. Gadgelu's movements paused, and after a cold snort, he also obediently retreated. Suddenly, Sting and his group immediately understood. Among the 5 people in front of them, it was obvious that Noah was the one in charge. You are that Noah Doria, right? Sting first sized up Noah, then looked at Lucius. Yes, he seems to have killed a Saint Great Magus 7 years ago. That's right, and he's also recognized by Makarov as the next leader of Fairy Tail. He seems to have a deeper reputation than Kilda's, who is known as the strongest magic shooter in the guild. Lucius smiled slightly. In terms of strength, he is probably not weaker than Kilda's. That's what my memory tells me. Is that so? Sting looked at Noah with an insufferably arrogant smile on his face. Very good. If not, it would be boring to snatch our first place. I'm looking forward to you a little. Don't let me be too bored, the next president of the Fallen Guild. Hearing this, Noah raised his eyes, met the gazes of Sting and his group, and spoke very calmly. I hope so. The lukewarm words made Sting ask for a snub. He curled his lips and stopped talking. At this moment, Noah suddenly felt an extremely intense gaze on him. At that moment, Noah turned his head and looked over, taking in the sight of a young girl. Chapter 1657. When Noah's eyes met with the owner of the intense gaze that was directed at him, the image of a delicate and beautiful young lady that entered his eyes involuntarily caused Noah to be slightly startled. That was because the extremely delicate and beautiful girl's eyes were full of all kinds of complicated emotions. Noah's words could clearly distinguish the main body of those emotions. Among them, there was nostalgia, excitement, resentment, touching, and everything else. It was complicated to the extreme. Noah's eyebrows furrowed slightly when he sensed the extremely complicated gaze. Why is she looking at me like that? Just as Noah was puzzled, the members of Saber-Tooth seemed to have noticed the girl's abnormality. You know? Sting asked in confusion. What's wrong? Rog, Lucius, Olga, and the others immediately gathered their gazes on the girl named Yuno, causing her to close her eyes. Her delicate and beautiful face became tense without any expression. No, it's nothing. Although Sting, Rog, Lucius, Olga, and the others were still somewhat puzzled, they did not pay attention to Yuno anymore. Noah, on the other hand, was stunned once again and fell into deep thought. Yuno? He seemed to have heard this name somewhere before. Could it be that the girl named Yuno is someone I know? With that in mind, Noah began to search his memories. Unfortunately, before Noah could find anything from his memories, the magic formation in the center of the open space suddenly lit up again, and another door appeared, attracting everyone's attention. The next moment, the door opened, and a team walked out. Looking at that team, Noah could no longer search his memories, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. Not only Noah, but Mira, Jubian, and Gadula's expressions also became somewhat cold. Laxus's eyes became sharp, and he spoke in a low voice. "Bastard Dad, did you really do it?" "Yo-ho-ho, another team has passed the preliminaries." Pumpkin began his introduction with a chuckle. "Third place in the preliminaries, Raven Tail." The group of people who appeared from the door were the magic shooters from the Raven Tail. The leader of the group was a man with a tall stature. He wore an eye-catching golden armor with a pitch-black cloak on his back and a thick golden mask on his face. The armored man turned his head and looked in the direction of Noah's group. Under the mask, a creepy whisper sounded. "Fairy Tale." As soon as they entered the arena, the Archmage from Raven Tail stared at Noah's group. However, these people did not do anything, nor did they say anything. They all moved to a corner and stayed there, collectively falling into silence. However, Noah stared intently at the armored man. After a long while, a mocking glint flashed in his deep, dark eyes. "Are you going to use this trick?" Laxus, who clearly saw the mocking light in Noah's eyes, pretended to be calm as he spoke. "Did you discover anything?" "Of course." Noah retracted his gaze and threw this sentence at Laxus. "However, let's just let them be for now. Is that okay?" Laxus could not help but ask. "Those guys will probably do something to us during the competition. The more they do, the more embarrassing it will be when they are exposed," Noah said calmly. "Let's see what kind of performance that group of clowns is going to give." Laxus nodded and did not say anything else. Time passed under these circumstances. About 10 minutes later, the magic array lit up again. This time, the people who came out of the door were the first guild members who did not have any malicious intent towards Fairy Tale. "The fourth place in the preliminaries is here," Pumpkin said. "Fourth place, Lamia Scale." Hearing this guild name, Noah immediately raised his eyebrows and shifted his gaze. "Long time no see, Sir Noah." The first person to greet Noah was none other than Jura. "Ever since the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease, mission, we haven't seen each other for 7 years. Tura came in front of Noah with a happy expression. "It's great that you were able to return safely from Sky Wolf Island." "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Tura." Noah looked at Tura and sighed. "You've changed a lot too." After 7 years, Tura's image had indeed changed a lot. Now, not only did Tura dress like a monk, but he also grew a long beard. Compared to 7 years ago, he was more reserved and less aggressive. However, this did not mean that Tura had become weak. On the contrary, this sorcerer who was only at the bottom of the 10 great sorcerers 7 years ago had now risen to the 5th place. Noah could clearly feel that there was a surging amount of magic power hidden within Jura's body. His demonic power was on par with Kilda's. At this time, another person walked out from Tura's side. "Oh, do you still remember me?" "You are." Noah looked over and immediately recognized the other person. "You are Leo." "Correct." Leo suddenly smiled. "Where's Gray? Is he not going to participate?" "Gray is in another team." Noah responded with a smile. "Don't worry, he will be here soon." "You're really confident." Leo spread out his hands. "Well, I'll be looking forward to it." During the conversation, another team came out of the magic array. 5th place in the preliminaries, Blue Pegasus. Along with Pumpkin's voice, a group of people that Noah was familiar with appeared from the magic array. Sniff 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 sniff. A short, fat man with a strange appearance wearing a white suit moved his big nose as if he had discovered something. He suddenly raised his finger and pointed in Noah's direction as if he was posing for a post. "There's a familiar smell." "Oh." Echo looked in the direction that the former was pointing. Isn't that Fairy Tale's team? Sure enough, Fairy Tale is here as well. Ivan flicked his bangs. I wonder how those beautiful ladies are doing now. Humph. Lotus turned her head away with a cold expression. I'm not thinking about them. I just feel a little lonely if they don't come. Noah and the others were speechless. Just then, Es suddenly widened his eyes and pointed in Myra's direction. Look carefully, although Miss Alusha isn't here, Miss Mira is. As soon as Ye's voice fell, Xiang, Lian, and Fan suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they actually formed a triangle and surrounded Mira in the middle. They knelt down on one knee as if they were proposing marriage with a sincere look on their faces. Oh, I didn't expect to see Miss Mira here. I'm so lucky. Echo, I didn't come here because I like you. I just feel a little sad if I don't come. Lotus, I'm your fan, Miss Mira. Please give me a chance to have dinner with you. Ivan, the three extremely good-looking men surrounded Mira and tried to please her. Mira was a little confused by their enthusiasm. However, in the next second, Mira showed an extremely perfect smile and reached out her hand to hug Noah's arm. I'm really sorry. Although I appreciate your kindness, we're going to get married after the Great Demon Battle Arts competition. You're all good people. I hope you can find a good girl. The three of them, who were still maintaining their gentlemanly smiles, were stunned by the good guy card. Their faces stiffened. Immediately, the three men stared at Noah with bitter resentment. Noah was speechless. These guys were still the same as before. No one dared to compliment them. Chapter 1658. Just like that, time gradually passed as he continued to wait. After that, the sixth place also appeared. It was a guild called Mermaid Heel. It was said that there were only female members and it was called the Dancers of the Sea. Of course, the members who represented the guild in the Great Demon Combat Arts exhibition were all female. And the person who led these members was a girl with long, straight, purplish-black hair with a white ribbon tied around her head. She looked cold and elegant, and she held a katana in her hand. When this girl appeared, she cast an extremely intense gaze at Noah, just like Yuno before. However, the other party's gaze was not like Yuno's, which contained all kinds of complicated emotions, but only an extremely pure examination. It was as if she knew Noah, making people feel that the other party had a certain degree of attachment to Noah. Not only that, among the members behind the girl, one of them was wearing a long robe that covered his face and also cast a gaze at Noah. Although that gaze was not very intense, it carried a trace of ridicule. Noah was really confused. Why did he feel that the people who came here had an affair with him? Ah pooey, it was like they had a grudge against him. Moreover, they were all girls. What was going on? Ah la, Mira tightly hugged Noah's arm, her smile was extremely sweet and warm. Noah is really popular. Undoubtedly, when saying this sentence, whether it was her expression or her voice, Mira was very sweet, but Noah felt a trace of coldness from the bottom of his heart, which made his back start to feel cold. Needless to say, this was the rhythm of a vinegar jar that was about to overturn. Noah could only twitch his face, secretly muttering in his heart. If it was Xing Tianzi, Luo Hao, and Wendy, then forget it, but when did he provoke those girls? It seemed that after going back, it was necessary to investigate the origin of these people. After Noah made up his mind, the seventh-place team appeared from the magic array. The team that appeared belonged to a guild called Cotter Cerberus. It was a guild that was quite famous even 7 years ago, and had many outstanding magic shooters. In this guild, it was said that not only were there extremely powerful magic shooters, but even the guild leader had a very good relationship with Makarov. And this guild was the exact opposite of Mermaid Heel. It was a group of hot-blooded men, and their emotions were very easily agitated. At the very least, after coming out of the magic circle, those guys gathered in a corner and shouted at the top of their lungs. They were so moved that they shed tears while shouting slogans. Just like Blue Pegasus, this guild was also incomparably strange. It was worth mentioning, the guild leader of Blue Pegasus had a very good relationship with Makarov. Noah really wanted to ask. Grandpa, do you only make friends with strange personalities? It was a pity that Makarov was not present. Otherwise, he would have lost all his face. Seeing that the 7th place had been decided, Noah and the others began to feel nervous. There's only one team left to pass the preliminaries, Julian said nervously. Can the other team successfully enter the preliminaries? This was why the others were nervous. Only one team could pass the preliminaries. If Alusha's team couldn't find the exit of the maze, then they would be in big trouble. Tisk. Gadjulu couldn't help but click his tongue. That fire dragon guy, what is he doing? It shouldn't be a problem, Mira comforted. There's still Alusha, they can definitely pass. Yeah, Noah said as he looked in the direction of the magic array. Moreover, it doesn't matter if we can pass or not. At least our guild has been selected, and we can at least enter the top 8 this year. But are you satisfied with just being in the top 8? Laxus seemed to have seen through Noah's thoughts and smirked. After the Great Demon Battle exhibition, it will be time for you to inherit the position of guild leader. Will you let your guild stop at the top 8? Do I need to explain that? Noah smiled knowingly. Of course not. Mira, Julian, Gadjulu, and Laxus smiled at the same time. Clang dash. At this moment, the magic array finally lit up again. Everyone's gazes gathered on it. Bang dash. Accompanied by a loud noise, the door was violently pushed open. Then, a group of 5 people fell out of the door together, landing on the ground one after another, causing a series of painful howls. Looking at the 5 people who jumped out of the door, everyone present had different expressions. The eyes of Noah's group lit up. Except for Noah's group, the rest of the people showed a shocked expression. The last place of the preliminaries is here. Pumpkin announced. 8th place Fairy Tale A team. Wah. What? Naz, who was pressed at the bottom, shouted. We're 8th place. Last place. Gray covered his face. How embarrassing. This is already very good. Lucy rubbed her butt and stood up with a pained expression. No matter what, we passed the preliminaries. That's right. Alusha cheered for everyone. The ranking in the preliminaries doesn't mean anything. All we need to do is to keep winning. Before that. Wendy, who was pressed down by Alusha, rolled her eyes. Sister Alusha, please get up quickly. The armor is so heavy. Suddenly, the silence in the arena was shattered by Alusha and the others. Seeing Alusha's group making a mess, the other guilds looked at each other. As expected of Fairy Tale, Kara praised from the bottom of her heart. You actually made it into 2 teams. Amazing. Naz de Ragnar. Sting stared at Naz with an excited expression. You finally appeared. Miss Alusha. Yi made a post. You really didn't let me down. The others also had different reactions, which made Noah and the others look at each other. Seriously. Noah could only conclude with this sentence. The preliminaries are already so noisy. What are we going to do later? On the other side, Pumpkin coughed and attracted everyone's attention. The top 8 teams have been decided. The preliminaries of the Great Demon Battle exhibition have ended. The rankings of the guilds are as follows. 1st place, Fairy Tale B team. 2nd place, Sabertooth. 3rd place, Raven Tail. 4th place, Lamia Scale. 5th place, Blue Pegasus. 6th place, Mermaid Heel. 7th place, Cotter Cerberus. 8th place, Fairy Tale A team. The above 8 teams will participate in the official competition of the Great Demon Battle exhibition. Pumpkin raised a finger. The official competition will be held tomorrow. The venue will be filled with spectators from all over the kingdom and even from other parts of the continent. The king and the council will also be paying attention to this competition. Please be prepared. Don't make a fool of yourself, pumpkin. As soon as he finished speaking, the people of the 8 teams began to look at the people they cared about. Noah's gaze swept across the teams and people standing in the venue. His eyes flickered slightly. The Great Demon Battle exhibition would begin tomorrow. When the time came, no one knew what would happen. However, no matter what happened, Noah only had one goal. The Fiori Kingdom. First place. Chapter 1659. At the same time as the preliminaries ended, the image of the giant pumpkin appeared once again in the sky above Coloches. At this point, the preliminaries of the Great Demon Battle exhibition have ended. The 8 teams have been selected, and the official competition will begin tomorrow. Welcome to the venue. After leaving this sentence, the image of the giant pumpkin disappeared. Then, the steel city floating above Coloches suddenly shook, and all the contestants who were still inside were shaken out. Then, like a mirage, it disappeared. Thus, the screams of the sorcerers in the sky above Coloches echoed through the night sky as they fell to the ground one by one. The residents of Coloches watched this scene with great interest, and they discussed it animatedly. Although it's just the preliminaries, it seems quite interesting. Too bad there's no live broadcast. I wonder which guilds the teams that passed the preliminaries are from. Does that even need to be said? There must be a saber-tooth, right? Lamia Scale, who has always been in second place in previous years, must have also been selected. In the previous Great Demonic Battle exhibition matches, the results of the Blue Pegasus were also very good. I heard that there's also Mermaid Heel, who only accepts female members. Their strength is also quite good. Looks like this year's Great Demon Battle exhibition will be quite interesting. Of course, I heard that there's even one of the top 10 Saint Sorcerers among the contestants. No matter how I think about it, it won't be boring. Are you serious? Then I must go watch it tomorrow. Me too. Me too. For a moment, the whole of Coloches was filled with the noise of the residents. One must know that the preliminaries started at midnight. Now that the preliminaries were over, it was indeed very rare for it to still be so lively. However, in order to be able to watch the competition tomorrow, the residents chatted animatedly as they returned home, preparing to sleep early and wake up early. During this time, no one mentioned Fairy Tale. Perhaps, in the eyes of these people, the guild that had been at the bottom for 10,000 years must have been eliminated. Therefore, when the rankings of the qualifiers were announced the next day, the audience's expressions would be very interesting. It was something that could be predicted. On the other hand, some of the people involved were very unhappy. Damn it! On the way back to the hotel, Naz had been very unwilling. Why did Noah's team get first place, but my team only got last place? Are you still thinking about this? Lucy rubbed her forehead as if she had a headache. Didn't I say that passing the preliminaries is already very good? Not good at all. Naz shouted. Our goal is to get first place. Our goal is to be the champion of the Fiori Kingdom, not the champion of the qualifier, Gray said impatiently. Of the 8 teams that have passed the preliminaries, our guild has occupied 2 of the slots. One of them has even won first place in the preliminaries. You should be satisfied, Smelly Flame. I still don't feel good. Nazi pointed at Lucy. So, Lucy, hurry up and let hubby eat you. Why do I have to be eaten if you're unhappy? Lucy couldn't help but complain. Also, of all the people who can eat, it has to be hubby. That's enough. Stop arguing. Elusa was getting impatient. Tomorrow is the official competition. Save some energy for me and think about what to do tomorrow. But, if it's a competition, what exactly will it be? Wendy tilted her head and looked a little uneasy. I feel a little nervous. Well, it's best to have a direct confrontation. Gray pulled his collar. If that's the case, we have no possibility of losing. Aha! Lucy laughed dryly. I hope that everything is not solved with violence. In the end, Elusha, Nazi, Gray, Lucy, and Wendy were chatting happily about the Great Demon Battle exhibition. They were no different from the residents of Clocaska. On the other hand, Noah, Mira, Julian, Gadjalu, and Laxus didn't say much. They quietly walked behind Alusha and the others with a helpless expression. It's always so noisy no matter what. Gadjalu curled his lips. When will it be quieter? Isn't it good? Zhu Bian smiled. After all, it's a ceremony. A ceremony should be lively. Mira held Noah's arm and walked with Noah while smiling. Why don't our guild hold a ceremony too? I'm not against it. Laxus closed his eyes and crossed his arms as he slowly opened his mouth. As long as that old man's wallet is enough. In other words, these people were also enjoying it. Noah could only look at his companions in amusement, but his heart was unbelievably calm. At this moment, a voice sounded in Noah's heart. Seeing how noisy these people are, I also feel a sense of tranquility. What an incredible group of people. Hearing this voice, Noah was startled at first, then he smiled silently in his heart. But, this is the fairy tale. Is that so? Athena was a little skeptical, but at the same time, she seemed to agree with him. I more or less understand why you're so obsessed with this so-called guild. As soon as Athena's words fell, another voice sounded in Noah's heart. It's indeed incredible. Aster rarely said such rational and emotional words. In the past, I've never seen a human who can easily affect the mood of an elf. After all, the relationship between humans and elves was specious. At least, in the world of the sword dance of the elves, if a human wanted to affect the mood of an elf, unless they did something extremely bad and made the elves furious. If they wanted to make the elves feel better and closer to humans, they would have to offer a sword dance and divine music ceremony. However, the group of people in the fairy tale relied on their own actions to naturally affect the mood of the elves. No wonder Aster gave them such an incredible evaluation. In this regard, Noah just smiled. But, this is the fairy tale. The same sentence, but it was approved by both Aster and Athena, and they fell into silence. At this moment, Mira, who was holding Noah's hand, suddenly spoke. Noah, in front. Hearing this, Noah subconsciously looked to the front and stopped in his tracks. His companions also followed Noah and stopped. This was because, in the middle of the road, a person stood there, blocking everyone's path. Who? A gust of wind blew past, and the snow-white coat on the girl's body fluttered. The snow-white girl stood under the moonlight, and a pair of beautiful eyes stared at them. There were indescribable waves in her eyes. Looking at the delicate and beautiful girl under the moonlight, Alusha's expression froze. You're the Archmage of the Saber-Tooth. The girl who blocked their path and suddenly appeared here was Suno of the Saber-Tooth. Ignoring Alusha's question, Suno lifted her feet and slowly walked over. Naz and Gray almost reflexively clenched their fists and planned to go forward. However, before Naz and Gray could take a step forward, their shoulders were tightly pressed down. At this moment, Naz and Gray were startled at the same time. They turned their heads and looked behind them. The person who entered Naz and Gray's eyes was Noah. Noah? Naz and Gray were surprised. Noah shook his head, patted Naz and Gray's shoulders, and immediately walked past them. He went to the front of the group and met Suno's gaze. Noah understood. This young girl was definitely here for him. Chapter 1660. An extremely silent and strange atmosphere pervaded the air. At this moment, there was only Noah's group on the huge street. On the opposite side, the girl named Xuanai seemed to be riding on the moonlight as she quietly walked towards Noah's group step by step. However, in Xuanai's eyes that were filled with strong willpower, there was no one else other than Noah. As if she didn't see the existence of the other people in Fairy Tale at all, Xuanai came to a distance of 2 to 3 meters away from Noah and stared straight at Noah. Looking at the gentle yet strong girl's eyes, Noah confirmed one thing in his heart. As expected, this girl named Xuanai had some kind of connection with him. In addition, Noah felt that the name was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Noah felt that he should know her. However, He definitely wasn't familiar with her. With Noah's memory, if she really knew him, then Noah definitely wouldn't have forgotten her. Therefore, she shouldn't be familiar with him. It was even possible that they had only met once, or even just met by chance. However, if that was the case, then there was a problem. The girl named Xuanai looked at Noah with eyes that clearly contained very complicated and strong feelings. In a situation where they had only met once, or even just met by chance, was it possible for a person to have such strong feelings for another person? Just as Noah was thinking about this question, the girl named Xuanai spoke. Moreover, the moment she spoke, everyone present stood up in shock. Please leave, fairy tale. An extremely sudden and shocking sentence came out of Xuanai's mouth just like that. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Leave fairy tale. Noah couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. Noah had thought about why Xuanai came to find him. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Noah didn't expect that Xuanai would say such a sentence the moment she opened her mouth. Leave, fairy tale. This girl named Xuanai came in front of him just to make him leave fairy tale. Why? You bastard. Naz raised his fist and shouted without hesitation. It's impossible for Noah to leave fairy tale. Xuanai didn't care about Naz's shouts at all. She only stared at Noah, as if Noah was the only person left in the whole world. She only showed excessive attachment to Noah. This made Naz's heart burn with anger. Just as he was about to say something, he was immediately stopped by Elisha. Enough, Naz. Elisha looked at Xuanai with a serious expression. Let's leave this to Noah. The rest of the people, including Mira, also nodded. Their eyes were focused on Noah and Xuanai, choosing to watch from the sidelines. It was only then that Noah reacted. He frowned deeply and said, "That's right." Why? Hearing Noah's question, Xuanai said without hesitation. This guild doesn't deserve you. You should be in the Fiori Kingdom's strongest magic guide guild, not this kind of guild at the bottom. This was another sentence that was out of everyone's expectations. Gajalu, who originally thought that the people from Saber-Tooth were here to find trouble, interrupted in an extremely bored manner. So you're here to poach? How boring. These words infuriated Xuanai. What can you understand? Xuanai's gaze was like an arrow, shooting at the group of people behind Noah. This lord is a sorcerer who belongs to the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. He used to be, and he still is, but he is no longer your fairy tale. The stubbornness and strangeness in Xuanai's words made the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale look at each other in dismay. It sounded like the other party was belittling and looking down on Fairy Tale. But everyone felt that compared to this, Xuanai seemed to care more about the title of the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. Indeed, currently, the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom was Saber-Tooth. Could it be that this girl was here to show off? But what did that have to do with Noah? Everyone was puzzled. Not to mention the rest of the people, even Noah was a little confused. It was just that Noah at least understood Xuanai's meaning. In other words, Noah looked at Xuanai. Do you want me to join Saber-Tooth? Yes. Xuanai nodded heavily, her tone revealing a strong emotion that had never been seen before. You should be a sorcerer from the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiore. You shouldn't stay in a guild that has always been at the bottom. Please leave, Fairy Tale. Only Saber-Tooth is worthy of my lord. After saying this, Xuanai's gaze swept over the group of people behind Noah. You should be the ones who know Lord Noah's ability the best. Don't tell me that you think the current Fairy Tale is worthy of this lord. Xuanai's criticism, whether intentional or not, made everyone completely angry. You are called Xuanai, right? Elisha took a step forward and looked straight at Xuanai. Although I don't know why you are so obsessed with Noah, but I can tell you with certainty that Noah's place is Fairy Tale. This, no matter what, will not change. Exactly. Lucy could not help but speak up. Indeed. In the past, Fairy Tale was at the bottom of the Kingdom of Fiore. But today, we've also passed the preliminaries and confirmed our position as one of the top 8 guilds. For the next year, we'll be at least one of the top 8 guilds. Moreover, we are not satisfied with just being in the top 8. Gray glanced at Xuanai. Maybe you are right, with Noah's ability, he should be in the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. That is why we are here. Wendy's heart seemed to be filled with unlimited courage, and for the first time, she spoke with a resolute and decisive tone. We will definitely win in the Great Magic Battle Exhibition, and become the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom once again. That's right. Naz fiercely punched his fist, and his eyes became sharp. If Noah should only be in the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom, then this guild can only be Fairy Tale. Everyone's words were filled with a strong will, and Xuanai could not help but take 2 steps back, and her eyes were slightly shaken. However, this slight wavering immediately disappeared. That is impossible, Xuanai said with a trembling voice. The strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom can only be Sabertooth. Oh. Laxus slightly narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Then, do you want to try? Thus, the atmosphere at the scene transitioned to a very dangerous level. Noah's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he was puzzled by Xuanai's unusual attitude towards him. This girl did not seem to have any hostility towards him. It should be said that it was the opposite, and every word and sentence of Xuanai revealed a kind of extreme respect and longing for Noah. But it was also because of this that Noah was puzzled. Why was Xuanai so obsessed with him? If it was a person who had such strong feelings for him, how could he not recognize her? What was going on? Xuanai did not know what to think of Noah's silence, but after a moment of silence, she raised her head and looked straight at Noah, and her eyes flashed with determination. If that is the case, please accept my challenge. Chapter 1661. Challenge? At this moment, all the magic shooters in Fairy Tale were startled. However, Xuanai only had eyes for Noah. She stared at Noah's face and said, "If I win, my lord must leave Fairy Tale and join Sabertooth." Before Noah could respond, Naz stood up. Interesting. Naz's eyes became extremely bright. The space around him began to fill with heat waves, causing the air to distort. "Noah, let me fight it out with her." "Think carefully before you speak, you idiot." Gray was speechless. "If you lose, then Noah will have to join Sabertooth." "It doesn't matter," Naz said with conviction. "In any case, I won't lose." Wait. No matter what, your opponent is still a Sabertooth sorcerer," Lucy hurriedly said. "If you accidentally lose, what will happen to Noah?" That's right," Wendy couldn't help but say. "At least let Sister Elusha, Sister Mira, or Brother Laxus fight." "I'm fine with it," Laxus said expressionlessly. "If my brother is poached to another guild, even I won't sit back and do nothing." "I'm fine with it too." Myra's expression became serious. "Now, no matter who the opponent is, I won't lose. After all, if I lose, the companion I grew up with will leave me." Elusha looked at Xuanai with a sharp gaze. "So, I don't mind fighting. Then, I'll interfere too." Gadgelu grinned. "Trying to poach someone in front of me? That's really annoying." Zhu Bian also has no problem, Zhu Bian also said. "Julian won't be merciful." Clearly, Xuanai's words had also stimulated the members of Fairy Tale. Most importantly, if this challenge was about whether Noah could stay in the guild, then everyone was absolutely duty-bound. They definitely wouldn't lose. This was the belief in the hearts of the people of Fairy Tale. Noah was naturally very grateful for this, but Xuanai didn't appreciate it. "There's only one person I want to challenge." Xuanai stared at Noah without blinking. "Please accept my challenge." Noah was silent. After a while, Noah said faintly, "Give up." "Give up? You can't beat me." "No," Xuanai said stubbornly. "I won't lose." I don't understand why you're so obsessed with me. Noah finally said what was in his heart. But I have to tell you, if there is a place I should be, it is definitely not the saber-tooth, but the fairy tale. Xuanai's pretty face suddenly sank, and she looked at Noah with some sadness in her eyes. She bit her lips and squeezed out these words. Undoubtedly, you said that you're a sorcerer from the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom, hmm? Noah didn't hear Xuanai's words, and could only frown again. What did you say? Xuanai didn't answer, but raised her head again, looked deeply at Noah, and said, I'll prove to you that no matter what, fairy tale is no match for saber-tooth. Xuanai's tone became resolute. At that time, you'll naturally understand which guild is the place you should be in. Leaving behind these words, Xuanai turned around and once again took a quiet step. Riding on the beautiful moonlight, she left without looking back, leaving behind a beautiful but somewhat desolate back view for everyone. The street fell into silence. Everyone looked at Xuanai's desolate back view, and at the same time, focused their attention on Noah. In the end, it was Mira who asked softly. Do you know the girl named Xuanai? I don't think I know her, at least I don't think I know her. Noah sighed. So, to be more precise, I should say I've seen her somewhere, or there's something I don't know, or even can't remember, right? Hearing this, everyone didn't say anything. Noah took a deep breath and looked at Elisha. I want to investigate two people. One is Xuanai, right? Elisha said directly. Who's the other one? In Mermaid Heel, isn't there a leader with a katana? Noah didn't hold back, and said concisely. The other one is her. I see. Elisha nodded. I'll ask my companions in the guild to investigate. I'll help too. Mira held Noah's hand tightly, but her eyes didn't retract from the direction Xuanai left. I feel like I can't just sit back and watch that kid. Mira's words were exactly what Noah was thinking. Yeah. Noah looked at the direction Xuanai left, and muttered softly. We can't just sit back and watch. After returning to the hotel, Noah told Makarov that Team A and Team B had both passed the preliminaries and were about to participate in the official competition. After reporting the good news, he asked Makarov to help him investigate the two girls. Makarov didn't know why Noah wanted to investigate the two girls, but he didn't ask. He only thought that Noah was concerned about the two girls who were his opponents. Then, he promised that he would immediately obtain the information that Noah wanted. Needless to say, Makarov did it. Relying on his previous connections and his reputation as one of the top 10 St. Magus, Makarov successfully obtained the information that Noah wanted. He even obtained the information of the other opponents in the Great Demon Combat Arts competition and brought it to Noah. Thus, Noah immediately looked at the information of the two girls that he was concerned about. In a room in the hotel, Noah sat on the edge of the bed, and in his hands was a document labeled Mermaid Heel. As soon as he opened the document, Noah saw the person he wanted to investigate. Then, Noah slowly read out the name of the other party. Kagura Mikazuki. Kagura Mikazuki. She belonged to the guild Mermaid Heel, and was publicly recognized as the strongest archmage in the guild. This girl named Kagura wasn't the guild leader of Mermaid Heel, but she was the de facto leader of Mermaid Heel. Not only was her strength extremely powerful, she also had excellent physical and swordsmanship. Even without using magic, she could easily defeat the majority of archmages. Regarding this girl, there was such an evaluation in the document. In this year's Great Demon Combat Arts exhibition, the archmage second only to the 10 great saint archmages, Teraresis. Noah muttered. Then, why would such a powerful archmage look at me like that? Noah didn't understand. If it was Yuno, Noah could still faintly feel that he had heard this name somewhere before, and that he should have seen her somewhere before. But for this girl named Kagura, Noah didn't feel the slightest bit of familiarity. Without a doubt, Noah definitely didn't know this person. But, why would a person he didn't know look at him like that? This feels really strange. Of course, compared to the strange feeling, Noah felt more of a headache. He attracted the attention of two girls for no reason, and they were very persistent, and he didn't know them. Anyone would feel like their head was as big as a bull. Oh right, there's another person wearing a cloak. Noah continued to flip through the document. In the next second, Noah saw a name and showed a startled expression. It's her. Chapter 1662. Noah didn't have any impression of Kagura from Mermaid Heel, so he was sure that he didn't know this girl. However, when Noah saw the name of the person who followed behind Kagura in the Mermaid Heel, who was wearing a black robe and looking at him with ridicule and mockery in the venue, he immediately remembered who that person was. So, she joined Mermaid Heel. Noah looked at the information in his hand, and his heart slightly moved. Could it be that Kagura has some relationship with her, so she acted like that to me? The more he thought about it, the more Noah felt that it was possible. Fortunately, it's not like I don't have any clues. This way, the investigation will be valuable. Of course, although Noah noticed Kagura's words, he didn't care that much. After all, when Kagura looked at Noah at the venue, rather than saying that she was persistent, it would be better to say that she was overly scrutinizing him. Compared to Kagura, Yukino's matter was more important. Thinking of this, Noah directly put down the information marked Mermaid Heel in his hand and pulled out the part marked Saber Tooth from the pile of information next to him. After flipping through the information of Saber Tooth, Noah directly found Yukino's information. Yukino Agulia. Yukino Agulia. He belonged to the Saber Tooth, and was a rather famous sorcerer in the Saber Tooth. As everyone knew, the guild known as Saber Tooth was just a small guild 7 years ago. Later on, they replaced a guild leader and brought in 5 powerful sorcerers. From then on, they soared to the sky and became famous in the kingdom of Fiori. After 7 years, Saber Tooth was now the most famous guild in the kingdom. Even excluding the 5 powerful sorcerers who were introduced to the guild and changed the situation of the guild, there was no longer a lack of strong sorcerers in the guild. And Yukino was a famous sorcerer who could be ranked in the top 10 of Saber Tooth. According to the information, after the preliminaries of the Great Demon Martial Arts Exhibition, among the Saber Tooth team that appeared at the venue, 4 of them were the archmages who had changed the name of Saber Tooth. Only Snow was an exception. In order to obtain the qualifications to appear together with Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Alyaga, Snow defeated all the other members of the Saber Tooth ranking competition, except for the 5 magic shooters who had changed their guild. She stood out from the crowd and came to this stage. At first glance, it seemed that Yukino was quite impressive, but in fact, in the beginning, Yukino wasn't that conspicuous. Noah, who was looking at Yukino's information, frowned in the next second. How many times have you applied to join Saber Tooth only to be rejected? That's right. In the beginning, Yukino wasn't even allowed to join Saber Tooth. She tried to join the guild several times but was mercilessly rejected. This was because the guild leader who brought Saber Tooth to the peak used absolute terror to control the entire guild. The guild's order and atmosphere were as strict as an army, and he didn't allow any weak members to appear in the guild. Furthermore, if someone did something that even slightly disgraced the name of the strongest guild, even if it was just a single defeat, they would be expelled from the guild by the guild leader. The guild called Saber Tooth was just that strict and urgent. Yukino had applied to join Saber Tooth at the beginning but was rejected because she was too weak. However, in order to join Saber Tooth, Yukino worked hard to hone her magic skills. She went to their doors several times before finally gaining recognition and joining Saber Tooth. She stood out from all the other members and caught up to the 5 powerful sorcerers who changed the guild. And yet, such a young girl was using a type of magic that surprised Noah. Star magic. Yukino was a star magic sorcerer. Moreover, according to reliable information, this young girl most likely had the keys to the 12 zodiac temples, and more than one. Yukino. Star magic. Noah only felt a trace of inspiration in his mind. This girl, I really do know her. Although he still couldn't remember, whether it was the name Yukino or the trace of inspiration regarding star magic, it all told Noah that he had some connection with this young girl. However, since Noah couldn't remember, it proved that to Noah, it should be something unimportant. However, to Yukino, it should be a very important matter, right? Or else, Yukino wouldn't be so obsessed with Noah. Closing the information in his hands, Noah casually threw it on the bed, got up, and went to the window, looking at the night sky outside. In the silent night sky, there were a lot of stars, giving off an indescribable feeling of peace. Noah looked at the night sky, and soon after, looked in one direction. I remember, Sabertooth's hotel is in that direction, right? Saying this, Noah's mouth slowly raised. Let's just treat it as scouting the enemy. After saying this, Noah directly stepped on the windowsill and jumped out of the window, turning into a ray of light, flying towards one of the directions in Coloca's. In Coloca's, there was a hotel named Garden. As the name suggested, it was a hotel that looked like a garden. This inn was where Sabertooth stayed during the Great Demonic Battle exhibition. At this moment, in one of the extremely spacious rooms in the hotel, many magic shooters were gathered here. These sorcerers were naturally all from the Sabertooth sorcerers. However, at this moment, these magic shooters were lined up neatly as if they were an army. Sting, Rog, Lucifer, Alyaga, and Yukino were at the front of the line. Based on this arrangement, it was easy to tell who had the highest position in the Sabertooth. The so-called Sabertooth was a guild that determined one's status based on strength. And at the front of the neatly arranged magic shooters, there was a person sitting on a throne-like seat. This person was extremely tall and sturdy, even more exaggerated than Alyaga. He was about 2 meters tall and dressed like a sand monk. A string of prayer beads hung around his neck and the guild's emblem was imprinted on his forehead. His face was extremely ferocious. This person was the guild leader of Sabertooth, Germain. Looking at Germain, who was sitting upright in his seat, the members of Sabertooth all held their breaths, not daring to even breathe. This was because everyone knew that Germain was in a very bad mood. No. It should be said that he had already entered a state of rage. Second place. A low voice came out of Germain's mouth like a tiger's roar. The famous Sabertooth, that has always stood at the top, revered by countless people, looked up to by countless people, feared by countless people, because of a trashy guild that has been at the bottom for 10,000 years, now can only lower themselves to second place. Everyone's palms began to sweat. It had to be said that Germain's voice, filled with anger, was really too scary. Chapter 1663. In fact, Germain was in a very bad mood right now. Sabertooth, the guild that was known as the strongest guild and stood at the peak of all the guilds in the kingdom, had actually placed second in the preliminaries before the official competition began. Germain could already imagine how many people would treat Sabertooth as a joke when this news spread. Of course, this was only Germain's imagination. To the average citizen, the fact that Sabertooth could only place second in the qualifiers was shocking. However, what was even more shocking was the fact that Fairy Tail was the one who took away Sabertooth's first place. After all, Fairy Tail had always been at the bottom. This time, they had surpassed all the other guilds in the preliminary round and obtained first place. This would definitely cause a lot of people to be surprised. However, to say that Sabertooth was a joke because of this would be overestimating Sabertooth too much. It wasn't like Sabertooth was the only team that was overtaken. There were so many guilds in the Fiori Kingdom, but all of them had been overtaken. Who would specifically laugh at Sabertooth? However, Germain had treated the first place as something that was already in his bag. He thought that if this was taken away from him, others would definitely laugh at Sabertooth. It could only be said that Germain had taken Sabertooth's first place for granted. As such, when this fact was broken, Germain was so angry. The only guild that can make others look up to is Sabertooth. It has always been like this. No one can make Sabertooth look up to them, let alone Fairy Tail, who started to fall from grace 7 years ago. Germain's extremely cold gaze swept across everyone below. You should understand what I mean, right? The people who were swept by Germain's gaze couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. In the end, it was Sting who took a step forward and lowered his head. As if he was reporting to his superior, he spoke respectfully. President, please rest assured, we will not lose again. Remember your promise. Germain said expressionlessly. Remember, my saber-tooth doesn't need trash who can't win. Yes. Sting could only reply in a low voice. The anger in Germain's heart subsided a lot. Then, he turned his gaze to Xuan. I heard that after the preliminary round ended, you went to look for someone from Fairy Tale. Xuan's heart suddenly tightened, and she couldn't help but lower her head. Looking at Xuan, Germain said heartlessly. Tell me, why did you look for someone from that trash guild? Xuan opened her mouth, and finally squeezed out this sentence. I want that person to join. Before Xuan could finish her sentence, she was rudely interrupted by Germain. My saber-tooth does not need someone from that trash guild. Germain said matter-of-factly. You are not allowed to mention this matter again. Clearly, Germain knew very well who the person Xuan was talking about was, and she also knew what Xuan was planning. Thus, once she opened her mouth, Germain completely shut down Xuan's hopes and ideas. Xuan's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but raise her head and speak emotionally. But, that person is not weak, he just stayed in a guild that he shouldn't be in. If we can get that person to join Saber-Tooth, then our Saber-Tooth will definitely become stronger. When this sentence was said, not only Germain, but everyone else was shocked. Of course, what shocked everyone was not the content of Xuan's words, but the fact that Xuan actually dared to stand up and refute Germain's decision. To put it bluntly, in Saber-Tooth, Germain was the god. It could be seen from the fact that the guild's order and atmosphere were as strict as an army by Germain. In other words, Germain did not allow anyone to disagree with her. This person sincerely treated Saber-Tooth as her personal property, and she could create it as she pleased. Under such circumstances, if someone disagreed with Germain, then even if it was not a death wish, it could only be said that they were overestimating their own strength. Thus, Germain's gaze was fixed on Xuan, and she straightened her back like a tiger that got up. So you're saying that someone from a bottom-tier guild can change the entire Saber-Tooth, just like that? Xuan bit her lips and spoke softly. I just think that person is not weak, not weak. Germain turned her head and looked at Lucifer. Lucifer, the person that Xuan mentioned, what do you think? From the surface, I can't see his depth. Lucifer pressed down on his hat and answered truthfully. However, that person had killed a Saint Archmage 7 years ago. Even if he hadn't made any progress in the past 7 years, he should still be much more powerful than the average Archmage. That's what my memory says. Have you ever killed one of the 10 great Saint Grand Magi? Germain asked in a non-committal manner. That was only 7 years ago. However, you're right. Even if it was only 7 years ago, being able to kill a great Archmage Saint proves that he's stronger than the average trash. But, our Saber-Tooth does not need someone who can't keep up with the times. Germain glanced at Xuan. In this year's Great Demon Battle exhibition, that Rock Iron Jula also appeared. If he can defeat Rock Iron Jula, then I can consider letting him join. When she said this, Germain's tone faintly carried a bit of sarcasm. It was clear that Germain did not think that Noah could defeat Jula. It wasn't just Germain. Even the rest of the members of Saber-Tooth had a look of disbelief on their faces. They all thought that this was an impossible matter. That was natural. Even if Germain was a dictator, even if she was confident, in front of the 5th Saint Archmage, she would not dare to say that she could surpass him. From Germain's point of view, Saber-Tooth was without a doubt the strongest guild in the game. As a member of this guild, no matter who it was, as long as they failed once, they had to be eliminated. In this great magic combat drill, the only opponent that Germain would allow her members to lose against was the 5th-ranked Grand Magus, Jura. Even the arrogant Germain believed that no one in the guild could defeat Turtledove and allowed them to fail. Needless to say, there was no one in the guild that could defeat Turtledove. Thus, Germain's words were pure mockery. In this regard, Xuan naturally understood. She could only close her eyes, hide all her emotions, and no longer speak. The entire hall was silent. No one noticed. On the roof of the hotel, a person was lying on his back, looking at the night sky and listening to the conversation of the members of Saber-Tooth. "Consider letting me join." Noah indifferently smiled. That smile was truly filled with sarcasm and ridicule. "Looks like I have to show a little bit of my ability tomorrow and let these people know that the person they need to look up to is a tiger or a fairy." After saying this, Noah directly got up, turned into a ray of light, and flew into the sky, disappearing into the night sky. Chapter 1664. The next day. When the sky gradually brightened up, many residents of Coloca's had already woken up. These residents who had woken up were all heading to the dome to watch the Great Demon Martial Arts competition. Therefore, early in the morning, the streets of Coloca's were crowded with people. People walked in groups of 2s and 3s, and as the tide of people surged, they began to move towards the dome. These people who were able to go to the dome to watch the Great Demon Martial Arts competition were very lucky people who bought tickets. After all, although the dome wasn't small, it couldn't hold the entire population of Coloca's, let alone those who came from all over the kingdom and even the mainland. Therefore, the existence of tickets was a matter of course. As for those who couldn't buy tickets, they could watch the live broadcast from other places. For an annual festival like the Great Demon Martial Arts competition, no matter which pub, which hotel, or even the streets, one could watch the live broadcast. These people didn't need to wake up so early, so they continued to lie in their beds and sleep comfortably. However, that didn't mean that they would sleep for long. Bang 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 bang. In the sky above the dome, the sound of firecrackers and fireworks kept echoing in the air. Balloons were released from the venue and floated into the sky. Combined with the firecrackers and fireworks everywhere, the scene couldn't be described as not lively. As the audience entered the venue, the atmosphere of the entire venue gradually heated up. Cheers. It was noisy. Firecrackers and fireworks. All kinds of voices were mixed together, making the entire scene seem like a festival, bustling with noise and excitement. On the rostrum of the venue, there were 3 people sitting side by side. The person in the lead picked up the microphone and gave a passionate speech to the entire venue. "Hello everyone, I am Chabati Laura. I would like to extend my greetings to everyone from all over the kingdom." The audience immediately cheered enthusiastically, causing Chapati Lola to cough involuntarily. His tensed-up face was about to relax as he pointed to the side of him. "In this year's Great Demon Combat Arts competition, I will be in charge of giving you a live report." The person in charge of commentating is the former member of the Senate. It is said that he is also one of the 10 great Saint Magi who has returned after missing for 7 years, Mr. Yajma, a close friend of Makarov Dolia. Sitting beside Chabati was the counselor who had met Noah once in the council and had a good relationship with Makarov Ajima. Back then, after the commotion at the Paradise Tower, the council was disbanded due to various reasons. Now, the new council was responsible for maintaining the peace of the magic world. After that, Yajma also stepped down from his position as a counselor and opened a restaurant as a chef. Now, Yajma was invited to be the commentator of the Great Demon Combat Arts competition, but he was still wearing a chef's outfit and waving to everyone with a benevolent expression. "In addition to me and Mr. Yajma who are in charge of commentating, during the Great Demon Combat Arts competition, we will invite a guest every other day to watch the competitions of the Magic Guide Guild with us." Chabati's voice was still enthusiastic. "On the first day, the guest we invited is the cover girl of the Magic Weekly, a top model we are familiar with, Miss Jenny of Blue Pegasus." Following Chabati's words, on the rostrum, sitting next to Yajma, a beautiful girl wearing a princess-style dress with long, light blonde curly hair tied into a ponytail raised her hand and waved to the audience. The audience immediately burst into cheers that were even more enthusiastic than before, causing Jenny to beam with joy. "It seems that Mr. Yajma and Miss Jenny are very famous. Here, I might as well interview the 2 of you for everyone." Chabati understood the atmosphere very well and asked Yajma who was next to him. Mr. Yajma, as a former counselor, in your professional opinion, which guild is more worthy of our expectations in this great demon combat arts competition? If I have to say, actually, every guild is very worthy of everyone's expectations. Yajma nodded leisurely. But, personally, I am more looking forward to Fairy Tale. Oh. Is that so? Chabadi said in surprise. But, didn't Fairy Tale always end up at the bottom of the list in the past? You also said that that was in the past. Yajma laughed. In this year's Great Demon Combat Exhibition, the main force members who had been missing for 7 years will also appear. Back then, these members were all very powerful archmages. Now that they have returned after 7 years, what kind of performance will they bring? I am very much looking forward to this. So that's how it is. The dark horse is indeed very worthy of people's expectations. Chabadi nodded and turned to ask Jenny who was next to Yajma. Then, which guild does Miss Jenny think is likely to win? Of course, it's Blue Pegasus. Jenny said without any hesitation. This year, we came to win. We will definitely not lose to anyone. Could it be that Miss Jenny doesn't have any expectations for Fairy Tale? Chabadi took advantage of the opportunity to ask. It is said that in this year's Fairy Tale, as Miss Jenny's senior and also a top model, Miss Mira, who everyone likes very much, will also appear. If that's the case, in fact, I am more looking forward to Miss Myra's rumored fiancé. Jenny's face showed a perfect smile. What kind of person is he to be able to capture the most beautiful girl in the modeling world, who's ranked #1 in the Magic Weekly rankings, and who was once the most beautiful girl in the modeling world? Personally, I'm very much looking forward to finding out. Jenny's words made the entire audience begin to shout loudly. Many of them had a look of deep hatred on their faces, and tears even flowed from their eyes. Obviously, Jenny's words resonated with many people. Of course, it was not anticipation, but resentment. After 7 years, Myra's popularity was still so high, it was terrifying. In this regard, Chabadi nodded repeatedly. Indeed. Even I can't help but look forward to the man who can go down the aisle with the beloved Miss Mira. What kind of man is he? Let us all wait and see. After saying this, Chabadi went into the main topic. Then, this year's Great Demon Battle Arts Exhibition is about to begin. The 8 teams that passed the preliminaries will enter the arena. Now, let us announce the rankings of the preliminaries to everyone. After saying this, a huge projection screen flashed in the center of the venue. On the screen, from top to bottom, the rankings of the major guilds were marked. First place, Fairy Tale B Team. Second place, Sabertooth. Third place, Raven Tail. Fourth place, Lamia Scale. Fifth place, Blue Pegasus. Sixth place, Mermaid Heel. Seventh place, Cotter Cerberus. Eighth place, Fairy Tale A Team. Looking at this ranking, many people in the audience began to clamor. That Sabertooth is only in second place. First place is actually Fairy Tale. It can't be. Suddenly, a commotion began to arise in the audience. Chapter 1665. For a moment, the entire space of the venue was filled with confused and surprised noises from the audience. Moreover, when they saw that Fairy Tale had actually been selected for 2 teams, everyone was even more surprised and rowdy. As if he had already expected this scene, Chabadi held the microphone tightly and spoke to Yajima. It seems that the results of Fairy Tale have surprised everyone. Mr. Yajima, what do you think? I can only say that Fairy Tale really didn't let me down. Yajima looked very satisfied. I believe that after this, Fairy Tale will definitely show us her former glory and strength, and let everyone acknowledge her. That's true. Chabadi nodded and looked at Jenny. Then what do you think, Miss Jenny? Well, I don't think everyone needs to be so surprised. Jenny said with a smile. It doesn't matter what kind of guild it is. If it can make the Great Demon Battle Arts Exhibition more exciting and lively, wouldn't that be great? As expected of Mr. Yajima and Miss Jenny. I can't help but admire their views. Chabadi raised his voice. So, I ask the audience to look forward to the performance of the former king, our fairy tale. The conversation between the three people on the rostrum made the audience in the auditorium stop their noise and began to cheer in agreement. It had to be said that this live reporter called Chabadi really had some skills. He had been firmly controlling the atmosphere of the venue and didn't forget to hype it up. No wonder he was selected as the live reporter of the annual Great Demon Battle Arts Exhibition. Then, Chabadi began to announce. Then, let's invite our contestants to enter. At this moment, under the 8 directions of the auditorium, the passages began to flash with magical light. Dazzling special effects bloomed at the entrances of the 8 passages at the same time, igniting the hearts of the audience. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, 8 teams slowly walked out from within. Oh 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 oh. Loud and clear cheers soared into the sky, shaking the atmosphere. At the entrance of one of the passages, Noah led Mira, Julian, Gadjalu, and Laxus forward on foot. Looking at Noah, who was leading the 4 people forward, many people in the spectator seats began to discuss spiritedly. Is that Miss Myra's fiancé? He doesn't look that good. However, his aura is not bad. Is he the one who led Fairy Tale's team and got first place in the preliminaries? Isn't the person beside him Miss Mira? Looks like it's him. Noya, who could clearly hear the discussions coming from all directions, couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. Noah, who was waiting for his turn in the contestant area, naturally heard the conversation between the 3 people on the rostrum. At this moment, even Noah couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Of all the people, why did you mention me? Undoubtedly, one of the 10 saint magicians was also a contestant. In terms of fame and popularity, it should have been him. Of course, in terms of fame and popularity, Mira was not inferior to Jula. If it weren't for the 7-year gap, which gave Mira a chance to appear in front of the public, her fame and popularity would have been much higher than Jula's. Now, because of this fame and popularity, Noah directly became the most conspicuous existence. Everyone pointed their spears at the man who had won over such a famous and popular supermodel. Ha! Mira seemed to be very happy. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Noah is really popular. Really? Noah glanced at Mira grumpily. I just don't know who it is because of. Mira smiled and ignored Noah's grumpiness. Looking at the audience who were pointing at Noah, she mischievously hugged Noah's arm and intimately snuggled up to him. Oh! This time, the audience no longer burst into cheers. Instead, it stirred up a burst of cries and howls as if they had been stimulated. All of them were shedding tears of blood. All of them focused their eyes full of anger, jealousy, and resentment on Noah. At this time, Noah really had the urge to turn around and leave. At that moment, Noah sensed an extremely strong gaze being cast on him. There were 4 different gazes. One of them actually came from the armored man from Raven Tail. As early as last night, Noah had read the information of all the other guilds except Fairy Tail. The name flashed in his mind. Alexei. Fairy Tail's Noah Dole. Alexei stared at Noah and whispered in a low voice. I will definitely obtain the Lumen Starlight. Other than Alexei, the other 3 gazes were from 3 different guilds. One was Yukino from Saber-Tooth. One was Kagura from Mermaid Heel. The 2 girls had been showing excessive attention to Noah since yesterday. Therefore, Noah wasn't surprised at all by his performance. Instead, it was the last gaze that made Noah a little surprised. That line of sight came from Lamia Scale. The owner of the gaze was Tura. 7 years ago, I could only look at your back and offer you my respect. Tura had a smile full of fighting spirit on her face. For 7 years, I have been training. Sir Noah, I look forward to fighting with you. Hearing this, Noah raised his eyebrows and suddenly smiled. When the time comes, I won't be merciful. Tura did not say anything and only showed a satisfied expression. The other guilds also more or less showed a certain degree of attention to Noah, but it was not as intense as the 4 above. Under such circumstances, Chapati's voice began to sound. Then, I will now explain the rules of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition. Following Chapati's voice, the ground in the center of the venue suddenly shook. In the next second, the gravel began to be pushed away, and a huge stone tablet rose from the ground. With a boom, it stood in the middle of the venue. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the stone tablet. They saw that on the stone tablet, there were 5 different elements. Each line represented the content of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition for an entire day. In other words, the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition would be held for a total of 5 days. The first 4 days of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition are made up of 2 parts. Chapati began to explain. The first part is the competition. The participants of each team can choose a contestant before the start of the competition, and then the content of the competition will be announced. There will be a ranking competition, and according to the ranking, the corresponding points will be awarded. The higher the ranking, the more points will be awarded. The first place will be awarded 10 points, the second place will be awarded 8 points, the third place will be awarded 6 points, the fourth place will be awarded 4 points, the fifth, sixth and seventh place will be awarded 3 points, 2 points and 1 point respectively, and the last place will not be awarded any points, that is, 0 points. The second part is the duel. The contestants are not freely chosen. Instead, the organizers will choose 8 members from each of the 8 teams based on popularity and other factors. They will compete in 4 one-on-one battles. In the end, the winning team will get 10 points. In the case of a draw, both teams will get 5 points. In the case of a loss, the losing team will get 0 points. In the end, at the end of the 5th day, the team with the highest score will be the winning team of the Great Demonic Martial Arts Exhibition. Now, please choose your contestants for the first day of the competition. Chapter 1666. Oh! In the spectator seats, people were still cheering enthusiastically, making people feel like their hearts were surging. However, for the 8 teams standing on the field, this was not the time to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. The referee, Pumpkin, appeared out of nowhere. He stood in front of the 8 teams and spoke with a humorous voice. Please select 1 participant from each team to participate in the first day of the competition secret. Is it a secret? Everyone fell into deep thought. Noah turned his head and looked at the stone tablet in the middle of the field. Day 1, secret plus duel the next day. Plus duel day 3. Plus duel day 4. Plus team duel day 5. After clearly reading the contents of the stone tablet, Noah was still unable to analyze any useful information. The only thing he could be sure of was that this so-called secret was definitely not as simple as an ordinary battle. Otherwise, there would be no need for a duel at the end. The rest of the people were obviously thinking the same thing, and they all began to discuss. Then, it's time for us to send someone. Laxus glanced at Noah. Who should we send? The details of the competition will only be announced after the contestants have been sent out, Mira said. However, from the point of view of the theme of concealment, this time's competition shouldn't have anything to do with a direct confrontation, but rather with concealment, right? Then I won't appear. Gadgelu dug his ears, looking bored. I'm not good at doing sneaky things. Noah also frowned. If the Gate of Babylon was still around, no matter what kind of competition it was, Noah would be able to deal with it. But now, his authority was being upgraded, and the Gate of Babylon was left in the space between worlds to defend against the invasion of the Shadow. With Noah's current means, he was not very good at things like concealment. If that's the case, why don't we send Zhu Bian? Zhu Bian volunteered and raised his hand. Zhu Bian can change his form and turn into water, maybe he can play a role in concealment. Hearing this, Noah thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Be careful. Be careful. Let's not talk about the rest of the teams for now, but Sabertooth and Raventail are very likely to target us. You have to be on guard against them. After all, Saber-Tooth had been thinking about how Fairy Tail had snatched the first place in the preliminaries, so it was very likely that they would use this opportunity to target Fairy Tail. As for Raven Tail, it was needless to say. Fairy Tail and Raven Tail were absolute enemies. It was basically certain that Raven Tail would be the target of Fairy Tail. So, no matter what, they had to be careful. I understand. Zhu Bian nodded heavily. His eyes were filled with determination. Then, Zhu Bian is up. After saying this, Zhu Bian walked out of the team and attracted everyone's attention. Leo of Lamia Scale looked at Zhu Bian, who walked out of the team. At first, he was startled, but then an interesting smile appeared on his face. That girl is quite cute. Okay, if that's the case, I'll go up for this round. Ivan of Blue Pegasus was the same as Leo. He had his eyes on Zhu Bian and spoke without hesitation. Please let me go up for this round. Following the players of Lamia Scale and Blue Pegasus who walked out, the rest of the guilds also sped up their selection. In the end, Mermaid Heel's team sent out a girl who looked a little rustic, while Cotter Cerberus sent out a muscular man who wore a headset and had a pigtail. Then, Fairy Tail A's team also made their selection. That guy, Leo, is actually going on stage so soon. Gray pulled off the tie on his clothes, and his eyes became restless. If that's the case, I'll go up for this round. Be careful, Elisha gave the same advice as Noah. Saber-Tooth and Raven Tail will most likely target us. Don't be careless. I know, Gray nodded, then walked out of the team. Thus, only Saber-Tooth had not sent out a contestant yet. It seems that the people who are going up are all people that I don't remember. Lucifer flicked the hat on his head and smiled very elegantly. Then I'll go get to know them and record their names. Justin, Roger, and Alyaga naturally did not have any objections. After all, none of the people that they cared about had gone up yet. However, Xuanai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised his head and spoke. Master Lucifer, please let me go up for this round. All of a sudden, everyone was stunned. I have no problem with that. Lucifer looked deeply at Xuanai and shrugged. But, are you okay with that? Yes. Xuanai nodded expressionlessly. Please let me go up. Justin, Roger, Lucifer, and Alyaga immediately looked at each other. Understood. Lucifer pressed down on his hat. Don't go easy on me. Xuanai nodded, then walked out of the team. In the blink of an eye, all the contestants from the 8 teams had gone up. As for the others, they retreated to the contestant area to watch. Then there are 8 contestants from each team, right? Pumpkin jumped on the spot a few times, looking very lively. Then if there are no problems, we'll get ready to start. Pumpkin. When Pumpkin's voice fell, a strange phenomenon happened. Clang. A burst of light suddenly bloomed in every corner of the venue. The flashes of light turned into images and eventually turned into buildings, gradually occupying the entire venue. It didn't take long for a city to appear in the venue. The contestants were all startled. Soon after, they were separated by the flashing buildings and scattered to every corner of the town. That was not the end. After the contestants were distributed to the various corners of the town, the missing figures began to appear one after another on the streets of the town. Those were all thought bodies of the 8 contestants. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, every street of the town was filled with thoughts of the contestants, and it became crowded. In the next second, in the sky above the town, crystal screens also flashed, broadcasting the current situation of every contestant in the town. Now, let's begin the explanation of the rules. Chapati picked up the microphone, and let his voice spread to the entire venue. As you can see, the so-called secret is to let the contestants of each team play hide and seek in the town. They are the ones chasing each other, and the ones being chased are also the ones being chased. In the process of the competition, there are no restrictions on methods and magic. As long as you find your opponent and attack, regardless of whether it causes damage or not, if you hit, you will gain 1 point. If you are hit, you will lose 1 point. Chapati reminded. At the same time, please note that the town is filled with your replicas. Once you hit a replica, you will lose 1 point. Finally, according to your points, we will determine the ranking, Chapati announced loudly. The competition time is 30 minutes. Now, the first day of the Great Demon Combat Arts Competition, the secret competition, begins. Chapter 1667. Dang! Following the loud ringing of the bell, the audience from all over the kingdom erupted in enthusiastic cheers as they watched the competition through the projection screen above the venue. In a corner of the audience, a group of people were shouting at the top of their lungs. Come on! Come on! Fairy tale! Leading a group of fairy tale magic shooters, Makarov stood directly on the edge of the audience's wall. He was shouting so loudly that the veins on his temples were popping out, making people worry that he would suddenly be out of breath later. However, under the leadership of Makarov, the group of fairy tale magic shooters yelled tirelessly, cheering for Gray and Julian. In the contestant area, the two teams belonging to Fairy Tale were also watching the projection screen, looking forward to the results of the competition. Perhaps because of Noah and Alusha's instructions, Gray and Julian didn't appear too conspicuous after learning the rules. Instead, they immediately rushed into the large crowd of projections on the street, blended into the crowd, and completely disappeared. Not only Gray and Julian, but the contestants of the other teams also understood tacitly and blended into the crowd, using their projections to hide their whereabouts. This was the true meaning of concealment. The members of each team needed to take advantage of the terrain and the crowd to hide their whereabouts, and at the same time, they needed to find their opponents in the vast crowd and give them the right blow. If they hit the real body, they would gain points. If they were hit, their points would be deducted. And if they hit the clones, their points would also be deducted. In the end, the rankings of the 8 teams would be determined based on the points obtained. In other words, the contestants of each team must be very cautious in this competition. They must not only avoid losing points, but also find ways to score points. It's really very difficult. Chapati, who was in charge of the live report, reported dutifully. We can see that the contestants of each team have already blended into the crowd of clones, completely hiding their whereabouts. They are moving and observing in the dark, carefully moving their positions while looking for the contestants of the other teams. As expected of a team that can enter the top 8. Every magic shooter is very clear about what they should do. Yajima praised. However, time is also limited. Once the 30 minutes time limit is up, the results will be out. For this reason, they must find ways to score points. Whether they can remain calm in this situation and not become anxious because of the passage of time, and then reveal their flaws, this is where the contestants will be tested. Our Evan-kun won't reveal any flaws so easily. Jenny smiled. Please look forward to his performance. While the 3 people on the rostrum were passionately discussing the situation, the sharp-eyed Chapati suddenly noticed the situation on one of the projection screens. His eyes abruptly widened as he excitedly yelled out. That's Snow Agulya from Saber-Tooth. The magic shooter of the most powerful guild has finally started to move. Chapati's words attracted everyone's attention to the projection screen that was broadcasting Snow Agulya. Following that, everyone began to clamor. There was no other reason. The girl named Snow Agulya didn't hide at all. Instead, she stood openly on the top of the bell tower in the center of the town, and her snow-white coat fluttered in the howling wind. She didn't hide. Chapati shouted in disbelief and excitement. Is this the calmness of the most powerful guild? Everyone in the audience burst into astonishing cheers. In the contestant area, Noah also gazed at this scene, and his eyes flickered. Hugh dash. A gust of wind blew by, bringing coldness that was enough to deprive people of their body temperature into this space. Standing on the top of the bell tower, Snow Agulya looked down and closed her eyes after a while. At this moment, the memories that were firmly engraved in Snow Agulya's mind began to replay. For Snow Agulya, it was a memory from 7 years ago. The location of the memory was Magnolia. However, it was only a small alley in Magnolia. At that time, Snow Agulya was just a vagrant. She didn't have anyone she could rely on. She was only 11 years old. She was wearing dirty clothes that hadn't been washed for God knows how many days. Her life was a situation where she couldn't guarantee her survival and could starve to death at any time. Her family had already passed away when she was younger. Her only home was burned down in a disastrous fire. She had no family and no home to return to. In order to survive, Snow Agulya could only sneak into the bustling city and try to pick up some leftovers that the rich people didn't want. Of course, no one would like a child like her. Not to mention, Snow Agulya didn't have anything at that time. Because she was too young and dirty, she wasn't as beautiful and delicate as she was now. It was predictable that she would be bullied. It was at that time that Snow Agulya met him in the alley. He suddenly arrived without any warning, and in an effortless manner, he took care of the group of hooligans who bullied Xue Nai in a few moves. He wiped the dirty Xue Nai's tender face without any disdain, and gently stroked Xue Nai's head. That was the only warmth that Snow Agulya had encountered in the world after her family was destroyed. From then on, Snow Agulya was destined to never forget this person. She still remembered that at that time, the young Snow Agulya asked that person so innocently. "Why are those bad people so afraid of you, sir?" The man seemed to be surprised by Snow Agulya's question, but he continued to gently stroke Snow Agulya's head while saying so. "They are afraid of me because I am a sorcerer." Sorcerer. Snow Agulya knew this term. Because it was a name for a certain group of people who could use magic. For a child, magic was no doubt a mystery that was yearned for. Therefore, at that time, the man who saved Snow Agulya and gave her warmth, and was also a sorcerer, touched Snow Agulya's heart. "Sir, are you a sorcerer?" "That's right, and you are a sorcerer from the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom." The strongest guild. Sorcerer. Guild. It was a place where many sorcerers gathered. In other words, it was a place that every child who yearned for magic yearned for. The man was not only a sorcerer, but also a member of the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. Because of this, the man had the qualifications to be regarded as an idol by the children. Snow Agulya was no exception. With all these factors added together, the man's image in Snow Agulya's heart became extremely high. After that, the man left Snow Agulya a large sum of money that was unimaginable to Snow Agulya at that time, and a key. A Star Soul key. "Use it well, I hope that the next time we meet, you will have become a great sorcerer." After leaving this sentence, the man left. However, in Snow Agulya's heart, the man stayed forever and could never be forgotten. From then on, Snow Agulya decided. In the future, I want to join the strongest guild and become a sorcerer in the strongest guild. In order to achieve this wish, Snow Agulya trained hard and found out the name of the strongest guild in the Fiori Kingdom. That was the Saber-Tooth. Thus, Snow Agulya joined this guild. However, after joining this guild, Snow Agulya found out that her wish was so laughable. There was no man in that guild that Snow Agulya yearned for. Later on, Snow Agulya found out that the man's guild was not the Saber-Tooth, but another guild that was once the strongest. However, that guild had declined and was no longer the strongest guild. And the man she yearned for had long been destroyed by the Black Dragon on Sirius Island, who destroyed a country in Silent Revelation. At that time, Snow Agulya fainted. After waking up, Snow Agulya cried again. "The strongest guild or whatever, it doesn't matter at all. I just want to follow in your footsteps and come to you to tell you that I have become a great sorcerer." This was the real thought in Snow Agulya's heart. Since then, Snow Agulya seemed to have lost the meaning of life. Every day, in order to not be kicked out of the guild, she mechanically trained her strength and lived like a walking corpse. Until 3 months ago, when the Sirius Island that was supposed to be destroyed reappeared and the main members of the Sirius Island returned, Snow Agulya's heart came back to life. "I am already a great sorcerer." At the top of the bell tower, Snow Agulya slowly opened her eyes as if she could see the back of that person. Her eyes bloomed with a strong will. let me prove it here. After saying this, Snow Agulia raised a golden key high in her hand. Chapter 1668. Just as Xuanai raised the golden key high up, Lucy, who saw this scene from the projection, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Isn't that the key to the 12 ecliptic gates? Star Elven Key. Elisha stared at Xuanai on the projection screen and spoke in a low voice. Is that Xuanai also a Star Elven Archmage? Noah, who also saw this scene, narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there is the key to the 12 ecliptic gates. Under everyone's gaze, Xuanai's entire body flickered with starlight like magic. The Star Elven Key that was raised high up blossomed with radiance. Open. Libra Constellation Gate Libra. From the radiance blossoming from the Star Elven Key, a magic array suddenly revolved and appeared above the entire clock tower. Immediately, from the magic array, a young girl slowly emerged. It was a young girl wearing a cheongsam, with a tray of Libra hanging in each of her hands. This young girl was precisely the Star Elven of the Libra constellation of the 12 ecliptic gates Libra. Looking at the young girl who appeared from the magic array, Xuanai softly spoke. Go, Libra. Libra nodded without any hesitation, lowering the 2 Libra trays in her hands. A burst of astonishing magic suddenly erupted from Libra's body, transforming into formless ripples that reverberated in all directions. Wherever the formless ripples passed, the space actually became heavy. Immediately after, the contestants mixed in the sea of people were all unprepared and suddenly felt their bodies become heavy, uncontrollably smashing onto the ground. Including Gray and Julian. This is. Gray's expression slightly changed. Gravity? Ugh. Julian seemed to be ruthlessly pressed down by something heavy, revealing an uncomfortable expression. Being pressed down by gravity, Libra's magic was the magic that manipulated gravity. At this moment, under the pressure of the suddenly extremely heavy gravity, the members of the other 7 teams were all firmly pressed to the ground, revealing uncomfortable expressions. However, it was only suppressed by gravity at most, and could not be considered an attack. Therefore, Xuanai's score did not increase at all. However, this was not Xuanai's goal. The reason why Xuanai had summoned Libra and had him change the gravity was to find the participants of the various teams that had mixed in with the body of longing. This was because the body of yearning would not be affected by gravity and would still stand in place. As for the contestants, they would definitely be affected by gravity. At this very moment, Snow was relying on her astonishing magic power to support Libra's magic, allowing Libra's magic range to extend to the entire town, suppressing everyone. Then, Xuanai took out another key. It was also a golden key. In the contestant area, Lucy couldn't help but cover her mouth. There is a second one. The second key. Elisha was also surprised. Could it be that she can double open the door? This question was answered in the next moment. Activate. Xuanai raised the second star essence key high up in the air. The gate of Pisces Biscuit. The star-like radiance once again flickered from the star essence key. Following the rotation of the magic array, 2 huge black shadows scuttled out from the magic array. The black shadows were 2 fishes. The 2 fishes were extremely huge, at least tens of meters long. They looked like eels, but they looked like dragons as they roamed in space. Biscuit. Xuanai directly ordered. Attack. The 2 fishes that were roaming in space suddenly separated, as though they were swimming in invisible water. They drew 2 perfect parabolas as they flew to the top of 2 corners of the town. Then, with a sudden burst, they suddenly descended. Bang! The 2 huge fishes fiercely crashed into the ground, stirring up a burst of sand and dust. Ah! Amidst the sand and dust, the 2 figures let out sorrowful cries as they were blown away by the burst of wind. They flew all the way and crashed into the walls of 2 buildings. This was not the end. After sending the 2 contestants flying, the 2 giant fishes named Biscuit once again shot towards the horizon. With an extremely nimble twist of their bodies, they swam in 2 different directions. Like meteorites falling from the sky, they heavily smashed down. Bang! Another rumbling sound rang out, and the ground cracked from the impact. An astonishing amount of sand and dust once again shook the ground, sending the two figures in the center flying, causing the two participants to let out miserable cries. For a moment, the entire town seemed to have turned into a playground for two huge fishes. The two fishes kept colliding with each other, setting off waves of impact and raising bursts of sand and dust. The ground trembled, and the buildings began to shake. The star's spirit named Biscuit was like a dragon roaming in the sea, moving its body within the city that continuously stirred up sand and dust. Under Shui Nai's command, it continuously attacked. Firmly suppressed by Libra's gravity, the group of contestants were completely unable to resist. They could only continuously receive heavy impacts, and amidst waves of mournful cries, they were sent flying one after another. Oh! The audience burst into cheers of amazement. That's amazing! Chabati shouted into the microphone. Under the attack of contestant Yukino, the other contestants can't resist at all. They can only passively take the attacks. Yukino's points are constantly increasing. What an astonishing amount of magic power! Ajima exclaimed with a serious expression. Not only can she open 2 of the 12 zodiac gates at the same time, but she can also make gravity cover the entire town. With such a large area of effect magic, it is reasonable to say that the power should be severely dispersed, but contestant Shui Nai is still able to firmly suppress the other contestants, making them unable to resist at all. This level of magic, no matter which guild, is enough to become an S-rank magic shooter. In order to pursue the figure she longed for, after 7 years of hard training, the girl who had problems with food and clothing had completely transformed, possessing astonishing strength. Under such circumstances, even Gray and Julian could only put up some resistance. After dodging a few of Biscay's attacks, they were still hit repeatedly. As a result, in the entire battle, except for Yukino, the points of the other contestants were constantly decreasing. Gray, Brother Gray! Naz, Elisha, Lucy, and Wendy all exclaimed. Julian! In the audience, Makarov and the others also couldn't help but exclaim. The other contestants and members of the other guilds looked at the one-sided situation, and all of them had ugly expressions. The only exception was the sorcerer from Saber-Tooth. Well done, Yukino! Sting laughed loudly. That's it. Amazing magic power. No wonder she can defeat all the other members of the guild except for the 5 of us. The corner of Lucius's mouth slowly rose. This level of strength is already not weaker than us. That's what my memory tells me. I finally understand why Miss personally chose her. Alyga snorted softly. Really, why didn't we hear anything about such a powerful member before? That wasn't strange. After learning that Noah had disappeared on Celestial Wolf Island, Yukino just dealt with the guild like a walking corpse while mechanically training. Such a method led to 2 results. 1. Yukino's handling made this girl not very conspicuous in the guild. 2. The continuous mechanical training made this girl who was immersed in sorrow unknowingly hone a magic power that shocked even herself. Therefore, after learning that Noah had survived and was rejuvenated, Yukino shocked the entire guild and defeated all the other members except Sting, Rog, Lucius, Alyga, and Maniba in one fell swoop. And such strength was only honed because of one person. Looking at the one-sided situation on the projection screen, Noah stared closely at Yukino, who was holding 2 keys high, her body fluctuating with amazing magic power, and fell into silence. Chapter 1669. Dang 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 dang. When the bell that signified the end of the match rang, Chapati's voice echoed throughout the entire venue. Time's up. The match is over. A crystal screen flashed in mid-air, showing everyone the points that each team obtained in this match. Saber-Tooth, 77p. Lamia Scale, -4p. Raven Tail, -6p. Fairy Tail A Team, Fairy Tail A, -7p, Fairy Tail B Team, Fairy Tail B, -9p, Blue Pegasus, -14p. Mermaid Heel, -17p. Cotter Cerberus, -20p. Looking at the score, the audience burst into cheers. As for the other guilds, they were all silent. On the score table, other than Saber-Tooth, the other guilds had negative points. Moreover, these negative points added up to -77 points, which offset the points that Xuanai had obtained. What did this mean? It meant that Xuanai had obtained all the points from the other teams. In the process, Xuanai did not hit the duplicates once, nor did she get hit once. Her points did not decrease at all. This match was completely Xuanai's specialty. Without a doubt, in this match, Xuanai has obtained an overwhelming victory. Chapati reported to the audience. According to this ranking, the 8 teams have also obtained the corresponding points, and the guild rankings have been changed. The current rankings are as follows. First place, Saber-Tooth, 10p. Second place, Lamia Scale, 8p. Third place, Raven Tail, 6p. Fourth place, Fairy Tail A Team, 4p. Fifth place, Fairy Tail B Team, 3p. Sixth place, Blue Pegasus, 2p. Seventh place, Mermaid Heel, 1p. Eighth place, Cotter Cerberus, 0p. After the first match, our Saber-Tooth has finally obtained the first place, followed by Lamia Scale. The secret tournament has finally ended. Under Chapati's report, the town and the venue gradually disappeared like a phantom. In the town, the 8 contestants were all teleported out. Moreover, the moment they appeared, 7 of the contestants were kneeling on the ground, constantly gasping for breath. Their bodies were either covered in dust or full of wounds, looking very pathetic. Only Xuanai, who was completely unharmed, stood in the cold wind, looking delicate and beautiful. That fellow. Gray raised his head and stared at Xuanai with an ugly expression. Zhu Bian. Since he did not have the strength to retaliate. Zhu Bian bit his lips. Who exactly is that Xuanai? I have never heard of her before. Li Ou's face was also somewhat ugly. Of course, Gray, Zhu Bian and Li Ou were still considered good, at least they dodged the attacks of the Pisces constellation star spirits a few times, and did not let their points fall too far behind. But, the 3 of them did not have the opportunity to obtain points under the dual suppression of Pisces constellation and Libra constellation. In the end, in the entire competition, other than Xuanai, the rest did not obtain any points, and could only passively dodge and endure Xuanai's attacks, allowing Xuanai to continuously obtain points. Right now, other than Xuanai, the rest of the contestants were only ranked based on their ability to resist and dodge. So, everyone's face was extremely ugly. To this, Xuanai only silently raised her head, and looked in one direction. In the next moment, the 2 gazes met in midair. Noah looked at Xuanai who was staring at him, and saw the determination in her eyes, but did not say anything. Noah's intuition told him. Even if it was only at this time, he must definitely pay attention to this girl, and take in this girl's performance in his eyes. Otherwise, it would definitely shatter the heart of this girl who seemed strong, but was actually very fragile, and would never be able to recover. On the side, Mira tightly hugged Noah's arm and said softly. That child is really strong. Xuanai was indeed very strong. As a star spirit archmage, Lucy could not be compared to Xuanai at all. Even the original angel could not compare to the current Xuanai. Just like what Yajima said. This girl, no matter which guild she was in, had the ability to become an S-rank archmage. If she continued to train, in another 1 or 2 years, it would not be difficult to surpass the current Alusha and Mira, right? Xuanai Yulia. Noah muttered to himself. Very good, I will remember you. Not knowing if it was because she heard Noah's voice, Xuanai's eyes rippled a little. She retracted her gaze and returned to the contestant area of Saber-Tooth amidst the cheers of the audience. The rest of the contestants also stood up and returned to the contestant area where their teams were located. I'm very sorry. Julian lowered his head and did not even dare to look at the crowd. Julian has embarrassed you all. Don't mind it. Gadula glanced at Julian and said in a seemingly unconcerned manner. It's not that you are too weak, but that star spirit archmage is stronger than we thought. If the other 4 people are as strong as that star spirit archmage, then there are not many people on our side who can fight against them. Laxus folded his arms and closed his eyes. Although, I don't think that in the end, we will lose. That's right. Mira stretched out her hand and gently hugged Julian. You have worked very hard. It's only the first day. Take it slow. Yes. Julian looked at Noah dejectedly. I'm sorry, Sir Noah. It's just a competition. You didn't lose face. At least we are still in the 5th place. Elisha is also in the 4th place. The gap between us and the 1st place is not that big. We just have to catch up later. Noah shook his head. Don't forget, there will be a duel later. The organizer will choose the contestants for the duel. It's not impossible for them to choose you again. So, you should rest well. If you are chosen, you just have to win it back. Julian relaxed a little and nodded heavily. Under Myra's care, he sat down and began to rest. At this time, Chapati also began to announce on the rostrum. The first day of the Great Demon Fighting Drill has come to an end. Next, let's enter the exciting duel. Chapati took up a form. Just now, the organizer handed over the duel list to me. There will be a total of 4 duels. Each duel will be between 2 teams of 2 guilds. I will now announce the first duel. Speaking of this, Chapati suddenly widely opened his eyes as he raised his voice abruptly. For the first duel, the first to appear is actually one of the 10 great Saint Magi of Lamia scale, Turari Kiss. For a moment, there was a trace of silence in the audience. Then, there was a burst of cheers. Me? Tura raised her head in surprise. However, in the next moment, Chapati's announcement made Tura's eyes light up. The contestant is Fairy Tale B Noah Doria. Noah's eyes began to flicker with an intimidating light. Chapter 1670. Tura. It's Tura. Tura is coming out. I didn't expect him to come out in the first duel of the first day. That's great. When the 5th of the 10 Saint Magicians came out on stage, the atmosphere of the entire venue was ignited. At this moment, the audience in the entire venue let out excited shouts. Tura 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 Tura. Immediately, extremely orderly shouts rang out in the air above the entire venue. That enthusiasm was enough to make anyone concede defeat. Apart from the audience, the contestants of the other guilds all focused their attention on 2 places. One was the contestant area 4, Fairy Tale B. The other was the contestant area of Lamia Scale. Under everyone's gaze, in the contestant area of Lamia Scales, Tura, who was dressed in a monk's robe, slowly stood up. An excited smile appeared on his rock-hard face. It seems that even luck is on my side. Hearing this, among the contestants of Lamia Scale, except for Leo, the others didn't understand what Tura meant. In particular, one of the shorter girls had her head tilted to one side, looking confused. Mr. Tura, why do you look so happy? She looked to be around 14 or 15 years old. She had a head of pink hair that was tied into a broom-like ponytail with 2 ribbons. She looked very pretty and cute. The girl's name was Shirley. In the past, during the annihilation of the 6 demon generals, Shirley, who went with Tura and Leo to participate in the annihilation mission, was Shirley. She was Shirley's cousin. At first glance, this little girl seemed to be the same age as Wendy. In fact, regardless of age, from the fact that she was able to form a team with Tura and Leo and participate in the Great Demon Battle exhibition, it was estimated that her strength wasn't weak. In fact, in the Lamia Scale team, besides Tura and Leo, Shirley was the strongest one. However, Shirley's personality was very muddle-headed. In addition, she also didn't know about the past between Noah and Tura, so naturally, she had this question. Thus, Tura smiled at Shirley. Of course I'm happy. In the past 7 years, I've felt regret countless times that I didn't have a good fight with him. Is that so? Shirley scratched her head. In other words, that big brother named Noah Doria is very strong? The person who answered this question wasn't Tura, but Leo. Leo looked at Shirley and said, if you want to know whether he's strong or not, you can ask your cousin. If you're someone who participated in the Great Demon Battle exhibition, then you'll know how strong he is. I still don't quite understand, Shirley asked directly. Could it be that Big Brother is stronger than Mr. Tura? At least, 7 years ago, Mr. Tura admitted that he wasn't as strong as him. Leo smiled. Of course, that's not necessarily the case now. Is that so? Shirley sighed. So that's how it is. This is love. No, it has nothing to do with love. Leo sighed. However, personally speaking, I'm also very curious. After 7 years, who's stronger between Mr. Tura and that big brother? This sentence made Tura turn around and smile. I'm also very curious. That's why I participated in the Great Demon Battle exhibition. After leaving this sentence, Tura walked out of the contestant area and walked towards the venue. On the other side, in the contestant area of Fairy Tale Beat, everyone gathered around Noah. You're going up against that rock iron Dura right from the start? Raxus asked Noah, which was a rare sight. How is it? Can you deal with it? Who knows? Noah shrugged. For the time being, I can still fight. Don't lose. Gadgelu curled his lips. If you can get 10 points, then you can catch up. Noah won't have a problem. Mira showed a gentle smile and adjusted Noah's collar. Her eyes were fixed on Noah's face. I believe that even if your opponent is one of the top 10 Saint Magi, you won't lose. Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his hand and gently touched Myra's beautiful face. Since my dear wife has said so, then I can't let you down. After saying this, Noah stood up and slowly walked forward. Then, I'll be back. Be careful on the road. Mira waved her hand at him like a wife sending her husband off. Come back quickly. Noah raised his hand and casually waved. Then, he walked out of the contestant area and onto the stage. Seeing Noah and Tura walking into the arena, the audience cheered and burned with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in the contestant area of Sabertooth, a group of Sabertooth magic shooters were also looking at Noah and Turtledove into the arena with mocking smiles on their faces. I didn't expect that person to actually face Tura of the top 10 Saint Magi, Sting said jokingly. Yesterday, the president said that if that man can beat Tura, then he will be allowed to join the guild, right? That kind of thing, is it possible? Alyaga said sarcastically. Even our president didn't ask us to beat Tura. It would be strange if someone from a guild that was at the bottom could do it. After all, the 10 great saint magicians are also divided into strong and weak. No matter what, Turarikitis is ranked 5th among the 10 great saint magicians. If the top 4 of the 10 great saint magicians are truly monsters, then the 5th one is truly the strongest high mage among humans. Lucius nodded. That's what my memory tells me. Well, let's look forward to it for the time being. Sting glanced at Xuanai and said this with a smile. No matter what, Xuanai has a deep relationship with that man. For him, she can even stand up against the president. At least, we should take a good look at his performance for Xuanai's sake. Xuanai didn't pay any attention to Sting's teasing. She only silently gazed at Noah, who was gradually walking into the arena. Perhaps, even Xuanai herself didn't notice. Her heartbeat had already begun to accelerate. In the arena, the cheers were still incessant, shaking the air and making people's hearts surge. Of course, almost all of those cheers were directed at Tura. Under such circumstances, Noah and Turtledove were facing each other with a distance between them. I've always wanted to fight with you. The smile on Tura's face didn't disappear. He was obviously in a good mood. I'm really happy to be able to fight with you so quickly. I also feel very honored to be able to be looked forward to by the 5th Archmage of the 10 Saint Magi, Noah said indifferently. But, sorry, I don't intend to give you the victory. So, if you want to beat me, you'd better use your full strength from the beginning. Noah's shameless boasting made the audience in the arena start to boo. However, Tura's performance made the audience feel extremely stunned. Of course. Tura stopped smiling, and his eyes became unprecedentedly serious. I don't have the confidence to do anything to you without using my full strength. Tura's words caused a commotion in the audience, but it also led the atmosphere to a climax. Not giving in to each other. The will to never admit defeat. Which side will win in the end? Chabati solemnly announced. The first duel of the Great Demon Wars, Fairy Tale B Team, Noah Doria vs Lamia Scale, Tura Rhesus. Begin. Chapter 1671. Pa. Just as the announcement of the start of the duel was made, Tura suddenly clapped his hands together like a monk. Wang. Along with a trembling sound, an incomparably powerful mana burst out from Tura's body like a storm. His monk robe fluttered as a raging gale blew in all directions. Under the sweeping of the magic wind, the sand on the ground began to rise, mixing with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a sandstorm vortex with Jula as the center, constantly rotating. Thus, half of the entire venue was quickly enveloped by the whirlpool of sandstorm, causing the atmosphere to become chaotic. Just by relying on pure mana, Tura was able to create such a phenomenon. That scene caused the cheers of the audience to suddenly stop. That was because everyone in the audience had already subconsciously held their breaths and froze on the spot due to the powerful mana that was surging towards them. It wasn't just the audience. Even the powerful high mages from the various large guilds were shocked by the shockwave of mana. Each and every one of them widened their eyes. Under such circumstances, Tura, who was at the center of the whirlpool of sandstorm, didn't intend to stop. His body tensed up as veins bulged on his rock-like face as he let out a deep roar. Roar! 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 The roar echoed clearly in the air, causing the mana from Tura's body to become even more astonishing. It was like a typhoon, constantly sweeping through the area. The robe of Noah, who was standing on the opposite side, was violently undulating from the violent sandstorm that was sweeping towards him. However, Noah didn't seem to be affected in the slightest. He looked at Tura, who was at the center of the storm, and slowly narrowed his eyes. In this world, Noah had already seen Tura's mana as early as 7 years ago. It was when the Alliance army was carrying out a mission to annihilate the 6 demon generals, Oration Cease. At that time, Noah and Kara had a brief confrontation when they first met. Of course, at that time, Noah and Tura didn't really fight. Instead, they both released their mana and engaged in a pure contest of mana. Compared to that time, Tura's mana had increased by more than 1 level after 7 years. At the very least, in Noah's memories, the level of magic power that Jura was bursting with was only weaker than the 2 existences in this world. One was Akuno Loya. The other was Jurf. In addition to the 2 existences above, Tura's mana had already surpassed Makarov, Laxa's, and even Kilda's. However, Tura wasn't squandering his mana to prove anything. Noah understood almost immediately. Tura intended to continue the magic contest during the Alliance army's time. Understanding this, Noah was helpless, and he muttered in amusement. You chose the wrong method, Tura, as soon as his voice fell. A very slight tremor shook from Noah's body. It was the sound of an invisible mana fluctuation that began to sweep up around the ground where Noah was standing, causing the space to tremble. At this moment, the entire space suddenly stagnated as if it had solidified. The sandstorm that had enveloped half of the venue and was constantly spinning like a vortex also stopped. Bang! In the next second, along with an explosive sound, a wave of extremely terrifying magic power exploded from Noah's body, turning into a phosphorescence that was like flames that slowly burned. What? Tura was shocked. However, before Tura could react, the mana aura that soared from Noah's body suddenly exploded, turning into a mana light beam that soared into the sky. In an instant, it scattered the clouds and made the entire sky chaotic. Rumble. The ground began to shake without any reason. Kacha kacha. With the pillar of light as the center, a series of cracks slowly spread out in the venue amidst a bone-chilling cracking sound, causing grains of sand and gravel to begin to float into the air. Noah just raised his head and looked at Tura, his dark eyes flashing with a sharp light. All of a sudden, the mana light pillar that rose from Noah's body expanded bit by bit, stirring up a terrifying hurricane that directly blew away the sandstorm that enveloped half of the venue, forming a shockwave in the form of a ring. At this moment, the entire venue was shaking as if it had encountered an earthquake, shaking desperately. Woo 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 woo. In the spectator stands, the spectators from all over the kingdom let out cries of surprise. Under the effect of the earthquake-like shaking ground, they all fell to the ground with cries of agony. As for the magic shooters from the various large guilds, they were also trying their best to stabilize their bodies under the influence of the shaking ground. At the same time, they looked at the terrifying mana light beam that soared into the sky from the center of the venue with a horrified expression on their faces. Impossible. Justin's face was full of horror. Impossible. Alyaga was also horrified. Impossible. Lucius could no longer maintain his elegance, and his face was covered with drops of sweat. As for Xuanai, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock. Rumble. Under everyone's horrified expressions, the mana that soared from Noah's body continued to wreak havoc, causing the entire Fra-Bird dome to shake and let out mournful cries. All of a sudden, the entire venue seemed to have fallen into a scene of disaster, causing the ground to crack and the air to tremble non-stop. One by one, the audience let out miserable cries and laments, falling into a daze and chaos. Even the bystanders were in such a state, let alone Tura, who was directly facing such a terrifying mana. She was in the center of the shockwaves caused by the mana light beam that soared into the sky. She used both her hands to block in front of her, but her body was constantly shaken back. Her feet plowed 2 deep marks on the ground, and all the pores on her body had already exploded. What a terrifying mana! Cold sweat trickled down Tura's rock-like face. Not only did Noah's mana not show any signs of calming down, but it was also expanding bit by bit, causing the pillar of mana soaring into the sky to expand. Seeing this, Turtledove inwardly shouted, "Stop it! No! I can't let this continue." Thinking of this, Tura's mana instantly soared, and she suddenly raised one of her feet, then abruptly stomped down. Bright move Fuyu. In the next instant, the entire ground exploded. Boom! In the deafening sound, a terrifying shockwave burst out from the ground like an erupting volcano, turning into another light beam. It exploded the ground, shook the air, and covered Noah in it as it soared into the sky. At this time, the mana that soared into the sky finally calmed down, and the ground stopped shaking. However, this phenomenon not only did not let Tura relax, but her pair of eyes suddenly shrank. In the center of the erupting light beam, a figure violently rushed out, swept across the air, and rushed in front of Tura. Oh no! Tura seemed to have thought of something that could not be ignored, and couldn't help but abruptly change her expression. At this time, a powerful kick suddenly landed on Tura's chest. Bang! The muffled sound was extremely clear. Goo! Pained groans could be heard as well. Tura was directly kicked into the air, and her body turned into an arrow leaving the bowstring. Like a kite with a broken string, she flew out upside down and heavily hit the wall below the auditorium. Severe pain attacked her from the front and the back at the same time, making Tura feel that all the air in her lungs had been squeezed out in an instant. Chapter 1672. Cough, cough, cough. While coughing, Jula supported herself with one hand on the wall and the other on her knees. She stood up awkwardly and looked forward. A drop of sweat dripped down from her chin and wet the ground. In the auditorium, the audience got up from the ground with lingering fear. They looked at Noah in the venue in shock. Their faces were all filled with shock. Apart from the sorcerers, the audience, who were ordinary people, could not understand what had just happened. The audience only knew that as soon as the competition started, the entire venue was shaken by Noah, and they were all affected. By the time the earthquake stopped, Jura was already in such a sorry state. This situation made the audience unable to react in time. On the rostrum, Chapati, Yajima, and Jenny all had stiff expressions. After a while, Chapati was the first to react. He picked up the microphone and spoke with a trembling voice. Hard to believe. That Dula is actually at a disadvantage. This voice awakened everyone who was standing there in a daze. The entire place fell silent. Oh. In the next moment, astonishing cheers erupted from the audience, causing the entire venue to shake. Although they couldn't understand what had happened, there was one thing that everyone understood. That was, as one of the 10 great Saint Magi, Jura had met a true opponent at this very moment. This match was destined to be more exciting than anyone had imagined. As long as the audience understood this point, it was enough. Therefore, all the spectators had forgotten their contempt for Noah earlier and broke out into cheers. This time, the cheers were not only for Dula, but also for Noah. Well done. Go, Noah. Defeat Dula. Defeat him. Not to mention the audience, even the magic shooters of Fairy Tale cheered excitedly. On the other hand, the contestants from the other guilds were shocked when they saw Turtledove's miserable state. How is this possible? Leo murmured in disbelief. 7 years have passed, and Mr. Abdullah still can't do anything to that person? So powerful. Shirley's mouth was also slightly agape. No wonder Mr. Dura treated that big brother as an opponent. That guy. Sting couldn't help but gulp. So it's that strong. Noah Dole. Even Logue, who had been silent all this time, had a solemn expression on his face. Sweat dripped down his forehead. Was the Phantom Lord destroyed by such a man? That's too shocking. Lucifer covered his face with his hat so that no one could see his expression. It seems like that man's strength has exceeded our expectations. Hey. Alyaga clenched his fists, his face twitching. That guy, don't tell me he can really defeat Abdullah. No one answered Alyaga's question. Everyone fell silent as they recalled the terrifying magic power just now. Only Xuanai's eyes flashed with an extremely bright light. She was both excited and expectant as she spoke softly. If Lord Noah can really defeat Jura. Lucian muttered. Thinking of this, Yukino's heart was filled with expectation. Sure enough, Noah-sama is the strongest high mage. Aside from Yukino, there was another person in the contestant area who was looking forward to Noah. Noah Duria, the man who saved my brother and killed Jalal. Kagura looked expectantly at Noah, who was standing in the middle of the hall. She tightened her grip on the tachi in her hand. I really want to fight him. Noah didn't seem to notice anything amidst the cheers and shock of the entire city. He stared at the panting Tura and said after a long while, that's right. After a while, he said, this doesn't seem like the kind of mistake you would make, Abdullah. Since the start of the match, Abdullah had made 2 mistakes. 1. He intended to use pure magic power to start the match with Noah. 2. He used pure elemental magic to attack Noah. There was no need to explain the first mistake. It was obvious how irrational it would be to compete with Noah, who had unlimited mana, in terms of mana. However, this mistake was pardonable. After all, Abdullah didn't know the extent of Noah's magic power. He couldn't be blamed for making such a mistake. However, the second mistake was somewhat inexcusable. That's true. Abdullah bitterly smiled. I forgot that magic is ineffective against you and used pure elemental magic to attack you. This is a mistake I shouldn't have made. During the time of the alliance, Noah had already shown that magic was ineffective against him. Thus, Abdullah also knew that Noah had such an ability. But in such a situation, Abdullah still made this mistake. This was a mistake he shouldn't have made. In order to defeat me, you are more or less blinded by the desire to win, Noah said in a critical tone. If that's the case, you won't be able to defeat me. It's time to calm down, Abdullah. Indeed, I was blinded by the desire to win. Abdullah took a deep breath and finally calmed down. A smile reappeared on his face. Then, let's start again. Hearing this, Noah suddenly smiled. I'm ready anytime. Seeing that Noah and Abdullah were facing each other again, the audience cheered loudly. The atmosphere had reached a peak. Then, a huge amount of mana slowly rose from Noah and Jura's body, igniting the atmosphere of the scene. I'm coming. Abdullah shouted. Iron rock pillar. An earthen yellow magic array suddenly spun out from the ground beneath Turtledove. Immediately, huge rock pillars rose from the magic array like sharp thorns. They shot out from the ground and rushed towards Noah. Looking at the huge rock pillars rushing towards him, Noah's body did not move. However, around Noah, a blue magic array suddenly appeared, as if directly imprinted on the space surrounding Noah. Collect. Cast, projection. Around Noah, one of the magic arrays suddenly gathered mana and turned into a blue flash of light. Like a beam of light, it shot out and instantly struck the huge rock pillars that were charging at him. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out, setting off astonishing flames and shockwaves. The huge rock pillar that was rushing towards them was blasted into dust by the beam of magic power, and was annihilated by the beam of magic power. The mana beam didn't slow down at all as it streaked across the air, creating a sharp sound as it flew towards Kara's direction. Abdullah was suddenly startled. He put his hands together and frantically agitated his magic power. Iron rock pillar. The ground beneath Jula's feet immediately trembled, and a huge rock wall rose up, firmly protecting Jula behind it. The magic light beam streaked across the space and met him head-on. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the magic power beams blasted apart one huge rock wall after another, causing rocks and dust to explode everywhere. A wave of fire and shockwaves swept up in the center of the venue, blowing in all directions. The surrounding audience suddenly cried out in alarm. Hats, bags, and trash were swept away by the impact, causing the venue to become a mess. The impact even blew in the direction of the rostrum, causing Chapati, Yajima, and Jenny to cry out in alarm. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, Jula's roar resounded once again amidst the turbulent waves of fire. Iron rock powder explosion. The moment the violent roar sounded, huge rock pillars with sharp spikes at the top, which were obviously lethal, burst out from all directions of the venue and turned into rock whips. They were like pythons, extremely nimbly sweeping through the space and surrounded Noah. Chapter 1673. Rumble. Under the tremor of the ground, sharp rock pillars sprang up one after another. In an instant, they filled the entire space and turned into agile pythons. One after another, they violently rushed towards the center, mercilessly crashing down at the same time. Noah only felt that the sky suddenly darkened. From all directions of the venue, sharp rock pillars had already swept through the air and heavily fell from the sky. If his ability points were still there, Noah might not even need to dodge or block. He could rely on his powerful durability and magic to weaken physical attacks to resist this level of attack. But now, Noah's ability points had been left in the world between worlds to upgrade. His body had returned to the state before entering the Dark Bullet world. Relying on his current body, if he was hit by those sharp rock spikes, he would definitely end up riddled with holes. Therefore, Noah did not hesitate to chant the incantation. Magic array change, exchange patterns, collective change. The blue magic array imprinted in the space suddenly flashed, like a shield, surrounding Noah. Of course, the magic array did not have the ability to defend. As one of the two magic arrays that Noah had mastered after the integration of rune magic with the authority, these magic arrays were just a cannon. Apart from being a cannon, they did not have any other function. Therefore, after layer upon layer of magic arrays surrounded Noah, the blue magic arrays immediately lit up and gathered magic power. Cast. Magic flashes once again burst out from the magic arrays, causing beams of magic power to burst out in all directions, welcoming the rock spikes. Bang 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 bang. Shocking explosions rang out in the venue one after another. The huge rock thorns that came from all directions were directly blown apart by the magic light beams. The rock thorns exploded into rubble that filled the sky and fell to the ground, causing a burst of crackling sounds. Now! Jura's eyes flashed. Overlord rock shatter. The gravel that fell to the ground suddenly paused, then turned into bullets that suddenly shot in Noah's direction. Noah immediately tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and like a rocket, he rushed towards the sky. The pieces of rubble that shot towards Noah suddenly collided with each other at his original position. The collision between the rocks was like the collision between bombs. It exploded and a burst of flames spread out. In an instant, it covered a quarter of the entire venue, burning the ground until it was black. Noah, who was flying towards the sky, directly released the energy in his body to counteract the gravity and pressure. He floated in the air and looked down at the explosion below. He then raised his eyes and looked towards Jura's direction. Then, "It's my turn," Noah softly chanted. Magic array change, direct flow, collective release. The magic arrays covering Noah's body began to move again. As they rotated, they turned into turrets and aimed at Turtledove, gathering mana in them. Cast. Flashes of light burst out one after another, causing the magic power to turn into beams of light, causing a sharp sound of breaking through the air. They flashed through the space like a violent storm, falling from the sky and shrouding the ground below. Looking at the terrifying beams of light that fell like a storm, Jura mobilized all the magic power in his body. His robe fluttered as he roared. Rocky Mountain. Suddenly, the ground around Jura began to squirm, and it began to change shape. It surged up like a wave, and then twisted like clay. Finally, it turned into a statue that looked like a war god, covering Jura in it. The beams of light that fell from the sky were like raindrops, falling one by one on the huge statue. Peng 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 peng. Along with the sound of explosions, the beams of light exploded on the huge statue, stirring up flames and attacking the standing war god, causing the ground of the entire venue to shake once again. The audience didn't know how many times they cried out in alarm, but under the tremors of the ground, they became flustered. Monsters? Those two. Even the high mages from the famous guilds couldn't help but cry out, and then they began to stabilize their bodies in a fluster, trying not to be overturned by the tremors of the ground. In this way, only Noah, who was floating in the air, wasn't affected at all. He was still looking down. Peng 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 peng. The beams of magic power continued to explode from the magic arrays as if they didn't cost money. They fell like raindrops, bombarding the war god statue. The continuous bombardment not only caused the ground to shake more and more frequently, but it also caused the waves of fire to spread to the surroundings. It had already spread to the entire venue, burning the ground and the air, causing the temperature to rise little by little. In the venue, everyone was sweating due to the rising temperature. However, the war god's statue didn't show any signs of falling apart under the bombardment of the magic cannons. It was still standing, firmly protecting Jura. Looking at this scene, Noah raised his eyebrows. "It's so tough. It seems that I don't need to show mercy." After saying that, Noah extended his hand towards the statue of the god of war. Magic array convergence, forward flow patterns, complete. The magic arrays that turned into cannons suddenly rotated in the air like machines and gathered in front of Noah's palm. In an instant, they overlapped one another, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an extremely complex and huge magic array. Clang! An unprecedented light flashed on the complex and huge magic array, causing waves of terrifying magic power to begin to gather inside. In the next moment, Noah suddenly opened his mouth. Cast! As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light burst out from the magic array, turning into a beam of light that penetrated the sky and earth, and directly fell down. The beam of light evaporated the air, separated the waves of fire, and caused the space to tremble slightly. Then, under the horrified gazes of the audience, it landed on the huge war god statue. An earth-shattering roar resounded and rushed into the sky, causing the whole world to tremble in an instant. It was so piercing that everyone's eardrums were in severe pain. In that instant, everyone in Colochas could see a blinding flash of light blossoming in the hall of the giant egg. Like a tide, the light surged in all directions and covered the entire hall. No one knew how long this phenomenon lasted. It wasn't until the deafening sound disappeared that the dazzling light gradually dissipated, exposing the great demon battle arts exhibition ground to the air. Then, the audience who were covering their ears tentatively opened their eyes that were tightly closed because of the dazzling light and looked at the center of the venue. In the next second, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What appeared in front of everyone was a real piece of scorched earth. The previously intact ground was not only covered with cracks, but it was also completely scorched black and emitted wisps of smoke. It was as if it had been burned by magma, causing the air to become somewhat dry and hot. The war god statue that protected Tura had long since disappeared, leaving only pieces of gravel covering the entire venue. In the air, Noah carried the unconscious Tura and slowly landed on the ground. Under the sluggish gazes of the audience, Noah indifferently opened his mouth. "So, the winner has been decided, right?" His words woke everyone up from their stupor. The match is over," Chapati hurriedly announced. "Winner. Fairy Tale beat Noah Dole." The cheers that were louder than any of the previous ones soared into the sky, announcing the end of the match. Chapter 1674. Under the cheers of the audience, Noah brought the fainted Kara back to the contestant area of Lamia Scales and left her under their care. Then, he left under the awestruck gazes of Leo and Shirley, and returned to his own contestant area amidst the cheers of his companions. Looking at the smiling Noah under the support of his companions, the other high mages of the other guilds also looked at him in awe. Many people had already heard of the rumors about Noah. However, that was 7 years ago. Time was always merciless. 7 years was quite a long time. At the very least, it was enough to make people forget the glory of a person. There was a saying, seeing is believing, but hearing is false. After 7 years, even though many people knew that Noah had killed one of the 10 great saint mages, it was just a rumor that couldn't arouse the reverence of others if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Not to mention, when he killed Joseph, Noah did not personally make a move. Instead, he let the golden wolf Bio, who was still fused with his soul at that time, finish off Joseph. Thus, in the eyes of others, Noah was perhaps just a high mage who used a powerful tamed beast to achieve his glory. However, it was different now. Noah not only defeated a 10 great saint mage in front of everyone's eyes, but he also did not suffer a single injury during the whole process. He even looked quite relaxed. This way, even if people were not convinced, they had no choice but to accept it. Thus, in the audience, Noah's name was constantly mentioned. His appearance was also firmly engraved in the hearts of everyone who watched this match. In the contestant area of Raven Tail, Alexei looked at the completely scorched arena, the expression under his mask extremely uncertain. It was unknown whether or not he had sensed the uncertainty in Alexei's heart, but a short, fat, and annoying-looking fatty spoke in a low voice. "Sir Alexei, do we still continue with our plan?" "Continue." Alexei gritted his teeth hatefully. "I must obtain Lumen Starlight." "But, Lord Alexei, that Noah Dole is so strong. I'm worried that if we act carelessly, our plan might be exposed ahead of time," the short fatty reminded. "What do you think we should do?" Alexei's face darkened. However, it had to be said that Alexei was indeed worried about this. Looking at Noah, who was being supported by everyone in the contestant area of Fairy Tale, Alexei struggled in his heart for a while. In the end, he let out a light breath and said coldly, "Then, before we start the plan, let's not make a move against the members of Fairy Tale for the time being. If you guys come across any members of Fairy Tale, use your own strength to deal with them. Don't play tricks and ruin my plan." "Got it." The short fatty agreed. Only then did Alexei's expression become better. Looking at Noah, who was being supported by everyone, he snorted coldly and turned his head away. At the same time, in the contestant area of Saber-Tooth, the group of magic shooters fell into silence. Looking at the venue that was severely scorched and recalling the terrifying magic power that erupted from Noah's body and that pillar of light that pierced through the sky, the group of people couldn't help but clench their fists. In the end, it was Lucifer who broke the silence first. We have to admit that we underestimated this Noah doll. To be able to easily deal with the power of the 10 great Saint Magi, that power is genuine, Roger also interjected, which was rare for him. He's much stronger than we thought. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Christine was speechless. After we go back, I will be responsible for reporting this matter to the president and let him make a decision. Don't we need to call the young mistress back? Olga asked in a deep voice. If we don't gather the 5 strongest people, we might not be able to win against that guy. The young mistress is working outside now. It's estimated that she won't be able to come to Colocha's until tomorrow, Lucifer said. If we call the young mistress back now, it might be very troublesome. There's no need to go to that extent. Christine pursed her lips. The Great Magic Combat Arts Competition isn't a one-person competition, but a guild competition. So what if he's the only strong one? If it's only one person, he won't be able to shake our Saber-Tooth's position as the strongest. Everyone nodded in agreement. The truth was indeed so. The Great Magic Combat Arts Competition was a competition between guilds. No matter how strong Noah was, under the constraints of the rules, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. Not to mention other things, just for the duel, the contestants were all decided by the organizers. Noah might not be chosen to fight. And as long as Noah couldn't fight, this person was nothing to worry about. As for the competition, it wasn't necessarily a competition of strength. It wasn't certain who would win and who would lose. Therefore, although Christine and the others already looked at Noah in a new light, they didn't panic because of it. Besides, no matter how strong Noah was, it had nothing to do with Christine and the others. After all, the opponent that Christine and Roger had their eyes on wasn't Noah in the first place. There's only one person I want to fight. Christine's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Nazdolagner, if you don't have the strength of Noah Dole, then just wait to kneel in front of me. Gadjaloo. Roger's eyes also flashed. You were once mercilessly defeated by Noah Dole. How strong are you now? Let me see. As for Lucifer and Olga, they didn't have any opponents that they wanted, so they fell silent. Ignoring the conversation of Christine and the others, Xuanai just kept looking in the direction of Noah, her eyes rippling with a strange light. Lord Noah, you are indeed the strongest, but I won't lose to you. No, I can't lose. When the various guilds began to pay attention to Noah, no one noticed. In the corner of the spectator seats, there was a person wearing a black robe and a hood. His face couldn't be seen clearly at all. This person was staring at Noah, who was being supported by his companions in the guild. He couldn't believe it and squeezed out this sentence in a panic. Who is he? There's no such person in the guild. Not a single person paid attention to this sentence. After Noah's match ended, there were 3 more matches. However, these 3 matches weren't as interesting as the one between Noah and Jura. The matchups of the 3 matches are as follows. Blue Pegasus vs Mermaid Heel. Saber-Tooth vs Cotter Cerberus. Fairy Tail A Team vs Raven Tail. In the first match, Lotus from Blue Pegasus took the field and fought against a member of Mermaid Heel. In the end, Lotus won. In the second match, Olga from Saber-Tooth fought against a member of Cotter Cerberus and also won. The third match was between Lucy from Fairy Tail A and a girl named Freya from Raven Tail. She was a member of Fairy Tail, and her opponent was Lucy from Fairy Tail A. Freya was also a member of Raven Tail. In the end, perhaps because of Alexi's instructions, Freya didn't show off too much and was defeated by Lucy, who had learned how to double open the door. Just like this, the 2 teams of Fairy Tail won at the same time in the duel and both earned a valuable 10 points, causing the guild's ranking to jump to the top. Chapter 1675. Thus, the first day of the Great Magic Battle Exhibition came to an end. As the sun gradually began to set in the west, the spectators began to walk out of the stadium one by one. On one hand, they were talking about today's match, and on the other, they were looking forward to tomorrow's match. It had to be said that today's competition could indeed be considered exciting. In the PvP segment, the audience saw with their own eyes the strength of the strongest guild, Saber-Tooth. During the duel segment, the audience saw with their own eyes how terrifying Fairy Tail, once known as the strongest guild in the game, was. Noah and Yuanai's performance made the audience leave the venue with great satisfaction, and they were looking forward to tomorrow's competition. And these people did not realize it. Among the topics they talked about, the name, Fairy Tail, which was despised by everyone before today, kept popping up. The so-called mortals were so realistic. Before, Fairy Tail had shown enough ability, everyone looked down on it. And after Fairy Tail displayed enough power, everyone began to revere it again. In the end, for these people, the world of sorcerers was a world that was difficult to reach. Therefore, the rise of Fairy Tail did not hurt or itch these people at all. As long as the following competition was exciting enough, then, for these ordinary people, it was enough. Of course, at best, it was only for ordinary people. For those sorcerers, the power displayed by Fairy Tail and Saber-Tooth today would definitely make many people think about it. Would Fairy Tail be the one to regain their past glory? Or would Saber-Tooth continue to maintain the title of the strongest? Everyone began to discuss animatedly, and they were looking forward to it. Under such circumstances, no one realized. Unknowingly, they had already begun to compare Fairy Tail with Saber-Tooth. Similarly, no one realized. At this moment, at the top of the dome, a man wearing armor was looking down at the crowd that was gradually flowing out of the venue. His face was extremely solemn. This person was impressively the commander of the Fiori Kingdom's Sakura Knights that had a short conflict with Noah yesterday, Alcardios. Finally, the Great Demonic Combat Arts Exhibition is about to begin again. Alcardios muttered to himself. This year is already the 7th year, right? Up until this year, the Great Magic Battle Exhibition had been held for a total of 7 years. 7 years of time was enough to turn the once glorious Fairy Tail into a bottom-feeder guild. It was also enough for the once insignificant Saber-Tooth to rise up and become the strongest guild in the game. But, for the kingdom, these were not that important. The reason why the kingdom held the Great Magic Battle Exhibition was not to entertain the people, but for their own purpose. This purpose, very few people knew. And Alcardios just so happened to be one of the core figures. In order to carry out the kingdom's plan, we spent 7 years preparing. With the Great Magic Battle Exhibition as bait, we made the Magic Guide Guild from all over the kingdom gather here every year and let the elites of these guilds compete in order to collect a large amount of magic. Alcardios slowly raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that after this year's Great Magic Battle Exhibition, we will be able to collect all the magic we need. It would take 7 years to collect the magic power. One could only imagine how much magic power the kingdom required. At least, Alcardios was prepared to use more time to collect the magic. But, this year, there was an anomaly. Noah Dole. To think that he could possess such a level of magic power on his own. What a frightening sorcerer. Alcardios recalled the scene with his own eyes today and revealed a smile with lingering fear and unusual excitement. However, thanks to him, the amount of mana we'll be able to gather this year will definitely be greater than any of the previous years. Once this year's Great Demon Battle Exhibition is over, we'll definitely be able to gather all the mana we need. Not only that. In addition to the large amount of magic, Alcardios and the kingdom's plan required the assistance of another kind of person. Archmages of the Star Spirits. The smile on Alcardios' face became wider. I didn't expect that 2 Archmages of the Star Spirits would appear in this year's Great Magic Battle Exhibition. It's as if fate is starting to help us. The so-called star spirit magic was an ancient magic that summoned the star spirits of a total of 88 constellations from the star spirit world for one's own use. This ancient magic was not only very rare, but it was also said that if the key to the top of the 88 constellations was collected, it could even be used to change one's fate. To this day, there were only a few people who could use this magic in the entire Fiori kingdom. And the kingdom's plan just happened to require the power of archmages of the star spirits. For this reason, in the 7 years of collecting magic, the kingdom had spared no effort in searching for archmages of the star spirits. In the end, they could not find a single one. Originally, the kingdom was prepared to give up on searching for archmages of the star spirits and use magic similar to archmages of the star spirits as a substitute to start the plan. Who knew that 2 archmages of the star spirits would appear in this year's Great Magic Battle exhibition? Moreover, those 2 archmages of the star spirits have a certain degree of relationship with Noah Dole. This is really too much of a coincidence. Alcardios looked up at the sky and spread out his hands, loudly declaring, Noah Dole. Lucy Hatfilia. Snow Agulia. I'm here, looking forward to you being the last key to completing our plan. The last key to completing our solar eclipse plan. On the other side, Fairy Tale, who had left the venue, did not directly return to the hotel. Instead, they went to the bar and started eating and drinking. The reason for doing so was actually very simple. Apart from needing to fill their stomachs, they also wanted to celebrate the victory of the first battle of the day. Even though in the PvP segment, because of Snow's strength that exceeded everyone's expectations, Fairy Tale didn't obtain a complete victory, but Gray and Julian weren't just for show either, obtaining 4 points and 3 points for their respective teams. In addition, Noah and Lucy had both won the duel and won the most important 10 points. The 2 teams were now at the top of the rankings. They were only below Sabretooth, who had won 10 points in both the duel and the duel. If this continued, it was not impossible for them to return to the first place. Not to mention Makarov, even members such as Makarov and Wakaba, who were not optimistic about participating in the Great Demonic Combat Arts competition before, couldn't help but shout loudly that they needed to celebrate. So, a group of Fairy Tale's magic shooters gathered in a bar, eating and drinking while making a ruckus. It seemed that they were going to make a ruckus for the whole night. In the direction of the bar, Noah was holding a glass of wine, looking at his companions who were making a ruckus, but he was lost in thought. Looking at Noah like this, Makarov, who was already a little drunk, couldn't help but wonder. What are you thinking about? Hearing this, Noah hesitated for a moment, then said to Makarov. Grandpa, did you notice that today's Great Demonic Combat Arts competition seemed a little strange? Chapter 1676. Strange place. Makarov was stunned. However, after hearing Noah's words, the drunkenness in Makarov's mind disappeared. Because Makarov knew that since Noah said so, it meant that he had discovered something. Makarov was very clear about his grandson's ability. If Noah had really discovered something, then this matter was most likely not as simple as it seemed. Thus, Makarov asked directly. Could it be that you discovered something? Yes. Noah nodded and reminded him. Grandfather, do you still remember the competition of mana between Tura and I before the start of the competition? How could I forget that kind of thing? Makarov sighed. I reckon that no one who saw that scene would be able to forget it, right? That was not an exaggeration. After all, Noah and Tura had both used pure mana to cause a natural phenomenon. That level of mana was indeed very shocking. Not to mention Kuragu, Noah's magic almost destroyed the entire Frabird egg. Who could forget that kind of scene? At least, as a magic shooter, Makarov would not be able to forget that shocking scene. However, Makarov was only happy about it. Since young, Noah's mana had been different from ordinary people. Before he started learning magic, he was already much stronger than Makarov, who was one of the 10 great Saint Magi. He had even gone berserk and almost destroyed the guild. Because of this, Makarov had let Noah train his mana control since young, and never let Noah learn magic. From then on, Makarov knew. In the future, Noah was destined to soar to the sky. Noah did not disappoint Makarov's expectations. 7 years ago, Noah had already killed one of the 10 great Saint Magi. Back at Skywolf Island, Noah had even killed Hades, who was far more powerful than Makarov, who was one of the top 10 Saint Magi. Therefore, Makarov wasn't surprised at all about Noah's victory over Dura. What Makarov was truly surprised was that Noah's mana had grown to an unimaginable level. That level of mana had caused a phenomenon. If not for the fact that Makarov already knew about Noah's mana when he was young and trusted Noah's character, he would have thought that Noah had used the power of lumen starlight to display that level of mana. While Makarov was sighing, Noah suddenly said something. In fact, when I was competing with Tura today, I discovered that the mana I released was being absorbed by something. Your mana was being absorbed? Makarov raised his head in surprise and looked at Noah. What's going on? I also don't know, Noah said, somewhat distressed. That's why I asked Grandpa if you found anything strange. After noticing that his mana was being absorbed, Noah deliberately released his perception ability in the next few duels in an attempt to find something. In the end, Noah discovered that it wasn't just him. The other high mages would more or less lose a small amount of mana when using magic. If this small amount of mana was lost under normal circumstances, it would definitely be discovered by the high mages themselves. But during a battle, high mages needed to consume mana, and that level of mana loss was not easy to detect. Only Noah, with his superb perception ability, could discover this phenomenon. If it had been anyone else, they really wouldn't have been able to discover it. Mana has been sucked away. Makarov put down the wine glass in his hand, and his wrinkled brows began to furrow. This problem can be big or small. If the mana of the high mages being absorbed was just a coincidence or a natural phenomenon, then there was nothing strange about it. This world was full of all kinds of magical miracles. Sometimes, some strange occurrences were similar to natural occurrences, and there was nothing strange about it. But if it was a man-made problem, then it was different. For example, the king of the world of Edras once had designs on Aslan's mana, and didn't hesitate to use the super subspace magic, anima, to turn Aslan's high mages into magic crystals and use them as consumables. That was a matter of life and death, and couldn't be ignored. Another example was Jalal, in order to recreate the forbidden magic that could resurrect people, spent 8 years and used a large amount of magic crystals to build the Paradise Tower, and used it to activate the forbidden magic called, our system. That was a problem that involved taboos, and couldn't be ignored. In this world of magic, the so-called mana was that important. Therefore, the existence of lumen starlight was something that transcended time. With it, any kind of forbidden magic could be used at will, and there was no need to spend time to collect mana. If it fell into the hands of evil people, it would be like the third perpetual motion mechanism that was abused, and would only be reduced to an element that could destroy mankind. If the mana of the high mages that appeared in the Great Magic Battle exhibition had been artificially absorbed and collected, then there would be a need to worry about whether someone wanted to use that mana to use forbidden spells or magic-conducting weapons that could endanger humans. Thinking of this, Makarov spoke solemnly. Could it be that Ivan did something evil to get his hands on lumen starlight? I've thought about it too, Noah agreed. It's just that when fighting with Lucy, Freya, who belonged to Raventail, also had a small part of her mana sucked away. If it was Raventail who did it, then there was no reason to absorb the mana of her own people. You're right. Makarov nodded. It seems that it's necessary to investigate this matter a little. I don't think this matter is that simple. Noah looked at Makarov and instructed. So, Grandpa, if you plan to investigate, don't make too big of a move, so as not to arouse the vigilance of the mastermind behind the scenes, and attract unnecessary trouble. Your consideration is right. Makarov replied in agreement. Don't worry, I'll investigate in secret and won't let the matter leak out. Only then did Noah's expression relax a little. At this time, Elusha came to Noah with a joyful expression. Looking at Elusha's happy face, Noah asked curiously. What makes you so happy? It's indeed something to be happy about. Elisha smiled. Noah, if you're free now, why don't you come with me? Go out? Noah blinked. Where are we going? To see someone. The smile on Elisha's face didn't disappear as she said so. No, to be more precise, it should be 2 people. Hearing this, Noah's heart moved as he vaguely knew who Elisha wanted him to see. Under the lead of Elisha, Noah walked out of the hotel and walked to one of the streets of Coloches. Not long after, Noah and Elisha came to a park. And in the park, 2 figures were standing there, talking about something. Looking at the 2 figures standing in the park, Noah, who had already guessed who Elisha wanted him to see, thought in his mind. Standing there were 2 members of the mermaid heel. One was Kagura. The other was the black-robed person who looked at Noah with ridicule and mockery during the qualifier. However, the latter's black robe had been taken off, revealing her original appearance. Taking a closer look, it was a rather sexy and beautiful girl. She wore clothes that looked like a bikini, but also looked like a restraint suit. Her hairstyle was like a cat's, with cat ears protruding like a cat's, and even a cat's tail on her back. She looked like a beautiful cat girl. Noah also knew this girl. And it was 7 years ago in the Paradise Tower. It was Mariana.